ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and good evening, everyone. So we had an executive session earlier today that we're coming out of, and I will start with public comment. Per policy, speakers during public comment will be asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes per speaker, except at the discretion of the chair. By the way, that was introduced to be spoken at last meeting, and I thank Damon for chairing that. It is not a new policy. I'm just trying to make sure that people are prepared that while we encourage public comment, we don't necessarily encourage public speeches. So to keep the comments quick, we want to hear what people have to say, but we do ask, especially if there's a lot of speakers, to try to limit it to that amount. So any public comment from the board first?
I just wanted to announce that the pancake breakfast is tomorrow morning from 8 to 10:30 at the Senior Center.
They are good.
They are.
A public comment from the public? No. Okay. Right into the agenda. Oh.
Mike Mackin, 26 Cortlandt Circle. I just wanted to let you know that I've returned tonight. I know that 2 members were absent last week during the interviews for the appointment for the TC Passios committee. I just wanted to make myself available should there be any other further questions. I wanted to let you know that's why I was here.
Great, thank you.
I will say for the record, now that you brought that up, I did watch the meeting,
As did
recording
I.
of the meeting, so I saw all the interviews.
As did I.
Okay, 7:05, Land Acquisition Committee regarding the Saliba Property. We have the chair of that committee, Mr. Kibbe. Good evening.
Good evening. Brandon Kibbe, 146 Rolling Acres Road, and Chairman of the Land Acquisition Committee, also Chairman of the Open Space Committee. And just so you're aware, we have other members of our committee here present. Phyllis Luck on the Board of Selectmen, Terry Birchfeld from Finance Committee, right? And Ken Jones from Conservation Commission are here. And as we have a quorum, we did call a public meeting into session. And this might be a problem. Try this. All right, so we will have a brief presentation here. I will do my very best to keep it brief. There's a lot of dense information here about the Saliba property acquisition, which is intended to be decided at town meeting, and there is a warrant article related to this acquisition slated for that. I apologize for the feedback here. Maybe that'll help. All right, we'll try that. And I'll stand back with the machine here. So briefly, we'll go directly to the slides. I hope to give you a quick overview with a series of slides here to discuss the Saliba property. And in order to do that, I want to start by talking about the open space and recreation plan and how this property fits into that newly revised open space and acquisition plan. And then talk a little bit more about why the Saliba property in particular makes sense in terms of the open space and recreation plan, and then talk a little bit about the financial overview here. The Saliba property is on Northfield Road. Next slide, please, for those running the slides. And our open space and recreation plan had expired, and we recently went through an update of the open space and recreation plan over the last 18 months, I suppose. Started in May of 2018. And this slide is dense with a lot of information, but this is intended to point out the fact that the Saliba property, if you hit click, you'll see where the Saliba property shows up on this map in the northwest corner of town. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm waiting for the slides to catch up there. You'll see the stars show up on this slide. that show where the Saliba property is. The Saliba property meets a number of goals that are in our open space and recreation plan. I won't go over them independently, but it also meets 5 out of 6 defined acquisition priority criteria that were defined by the town as well. What I really want to talk about here is that the open space and recreation plan was not something that was drafted by a bunch of people sitting in a room with the door closed. It was a very public process. Next slide. It involved a lot of feedback from a lot of people from throughout our community. It was obviously public meetings and information sessions. We reached out to multiple different town boards and departments for input into the plan. But we also reviewed a substantial amount of information that we gathered from the citizens themselves. We had an extensive survey that we sent out to all the citizens to assess what their goals and objectives were for open space and recreation in town. And our survey got a 9% response rate, which, as far as surveys goes, is a really good response rate. We got a lot of responses back. Next slide, and we'll start talking a little bit about what some of those responses are. First of all, people live in town very strongly because of the rural atmosphere. That's what you see on the left-hand side of that slide. And the different colors there represent how long people have lived in town who responded to this survey. So the bottom are the darker blue color are people who have lived in town from 0 to 5 years, red 5 to 10, green 10 to 40, and then purple lifelong, and then that very light blue at the very top are people who did not identify themselves for how long they've lived in town. So this gives you an idea of who responded and how they responded. Next slide. This talks about what types of resources are needed or need to be improved. You'll see there on the far right, hiking trails, for instance, conservation areas in the middle left, very highly rated. Next slide. This talks about the types of recreational and open space activities that for the types of residents that people think we need. Adults and seniors clearly rank very highly here. Next slide. This is the types of activity people would be willing to engage in to help support conservation and recreation open space needs in town. On the far left, you'll see how well vote for town-supported acquisitions ranks here. Next slide. This is a dense one. I'm always proud of our citizens for how highly we rate and use our public library, which is the highest one there in the middle. But you'll see other highly rated ones. Town conservation areas, left center of that slide. Pick your own opportunities, big agricultural support in town, which is I always find exciting and interesting. Next slide. But what you'll see here really is there's a public mandate for open space and recreation opportunities. That's really the driver here. And this is why when the opportunity arose to consider the Saliba property for acquisition, we thought there was a really good reason to pursue this, that this is something the town said it wants. And it does. It meets 5 out of the 6 defined criteria we have for open space acquisitions. What we say in our criteria is we say we should consider anything if it meets 3. This property meets 5 of those criteria. And it's a fantastic value. And we'll get into all of these points in a little bit more detail. So next slide, we can talk a little bit more about the property itself. The Saliba property is located on Northfield Road, on either side of Northfield Road. If you're familiar with Northfield Road, between U.S. Townsend and Chase, there's Settlers Crossing, the golf course, sort of in the middle of that thoroughfare, and on either side of the road, on either side of the golf course is the Saliba property, wraps around the golf course. The northerly section is about 259 acres. It has additional frontage on New West Townsend Road and on Howard Street. And there's a little less than 22,000 square feet of that property is actually just over the line in Fitchburg. If you're familiar with the town line, northwest part of town, it follows basically New West Townsend Road, and there's a couple of little slivers there of the property that actually exist in Fitchburg. There's a fantastic mix of interesting habitats and geologic features, which we'll touch on here briefly. And there's, more than anything, it's a central portion of a very, very large contiguous block of interior forest. So when you're talking about habitat conservation and conservation of large, unfragmented open spaces, this is a very high priority in town for that type of acquisition. And there's an existing trail system that goes throughout the property. So this is, you can get here and there on the property very easily already. It doesn't require a whole lot of development in order to enjoy that northerly 259 acres for open space. The southerly 59 acres south of Northfield Road is mostly developable. It has been proposed most recently as part of Highfield Village, which did not go through, and is currently on the market as 4 developable lots, as large estate lots. The timber on that property was harvested in 2012, and it gently rises to the south as you head south on the property to a large flat area in the southeast corner of the property. The total current assessment of both sides of the property is $996,900. Next slide. Look at a few maps here to understand the lay of the land. The north side of Northfield Road, the larger property of the portion of the Saliba property is on the north side. Again, 259 acres is outlined here in red. And on the south side of Northfield, outlined here in pink, this is the topographic map that just gives you an idea of the lay of the land and how the contours are on the property. Next slide. This is an aerial photograph that shows that the property is largely forested. On the south side of Northfield Road, the southerly 59 acres, you can actually, if you look closely there, you can see the effects of the timber harvest that had happened in 2012. Large forested land. You can see on the prior slide, old Stagecoach Road that goes up into the central part of the property. There was actually a home in the very central part of the property that has since been demolished and removed from the northerly section of the property. And so there's a well-established road and driveway that goes all the way into the center part of that property, so excellent access. And we would argue excellent accessible access for people with limited abilities to get in and to actually enjoy the property. Next slide. This demonstrates habitat values on the Saliba property. The dark green there is what's called Biomap Core Supporting Natural Landscape, which is a statewide important habitat type that is obviously heavily densely populated on the northerly side of the Saliba tract. The Pearl Hill Brook that flows through a portion of the westerly section, and that has a couple of tributaries that feed off of the Saliba property into Pearl Hill Brook, is actually a designated cold water fishery, which is a high value habitat type for aquatic organisms. Next slide. This slide shows the Nature Conservancy has mapped areas that are resilient for climate change. And so this is the Nature Conservancy's data that shows that, again, the northerly section of the property is important for climate resiliency. Next slide. And this slide shows a little bit more about the development constraints that are on the property. You'll see on the north side of the road, I point your attention to all the various blobs of red that are there. That's bedrock. There's a lot of bedrock on that property. A lot of interesting geologic features as a result of the bedrock that's on that property. It makes for a really fascinating habitat mix. You have upland woodlands, you have wooded wetlands, you have these fascinating bedrock outcrops that are really unlike anything else you'll see in Lunenburg. Just a terrific mix of habitat types on that property. And next slide will give you an idea of the context of how this property fits with other open spaces in town. And you'll see that there's great north-south connectivity through this property. You can go from property on Northfield Road that is already municipal conservation land through the southerly portion of the Saliba property, up the Stagecoach Road, through an existing trail network, out to Howard Street, and connect into all of the conservation land that then goes into Townsend. It's a fantastic network of protected open spaces. And again, this shows how this fits like a key in the middle of that large block on the north side of Northfield Road. You've heard me now say the north side of Northfield Road, the north side of Northfield Road, the north side of Northfield Road. When the Land Acquisition Committee got together, next slide, we were largely focused on the north side of Northfield Road. We'll talk about that in a second. Next slide, please. People will say, well, all that bedrock you were just talking about for habitat purposes, well, certainly that's a limitation to development. And you're right. It is a limitation to development. It has been proposed for development in the past. This is the Blueberry Estates, I believe this was, that was proposed in the 1990s for development. The left side of this slide shows the northerly section, the development plans that were on the northerly section of Northfield Road. The right side of this slide shows the development plans that were on the south side. These plans obviously haven't been developed. The economics haven't been there to support that development. Most recently, Highfield Village. Again, the economics haven't been there to support these types of developments. Next slide. But I'm here to say that doesn't mean it's not developable. This is a picture of a property I drive by in Hopkinton all the time that reminds me that it's not the site constraints. It is the economics that will restrict this from being developable. It may not be developable now. It may not have been developable in the 90s. It's not developable. And that's a common misconception, and this picture is excellent proof of that. Next slide. Talking about the north side of Northfield Road and the Saliba's interest in this property was for development purposes. They purchased this property for development purposes as an investment in 2003. They did not bother to enroll this property in Chapter 61 and take advantage of the property tax savings that such a large property typically would be enrolled in for property tax savings. But that meant that the town also did not have a right of first refusal on that property for consideration. So we were very lucky in February of this year when the Saliba family approached us and said that they were interested in considering a sale to the town for conservation and recreation purposes. And that's when I came through the Open Space Committee, came to the Board of Selectmen to ask if we would be willing to establish a land acquisition committee. And the board then appointed a land acquisition committee comprised of Select Board, Finance, Planning, Open Space, Conservation, to evaluate this opportunity and see what we could bring forward to the town as an opportunity. For the obvious reasons we've already discussed, we were focused on the north side of the property for conservation purposes. We're trying our best to provide the most balanced approach to the town. If a portion of the property had to be developed and could stay on the tax rolls, that's great. Let's focus on conserving the most important part. Clearly, from a conservation-only perspective, the northerly section of that property is the most important part for conservation. And so that was our initial proposal to the Saliba brothers, was conservation of the northerly part. You go forward with your development plans on the southerly part. That's a good solution. Well, the Saliba brothers came back and said, good solution for you, not a great solution for us. We want to sell the whole property. And if it's sort of an all or nothing deal. You're in or you're out. So we approached the Parks Commission to assess their interest in the potential for the southerly portion of the property to be acquired and held for potential future development for parks and recreation purposes. The property is clearly developable. The southerly 59 acres has area there that has the potential for future development for parks reasons. And the Parks Commission agreed that that was something that we should pursue. So we went forward with a conversation with the Salibas and negotiated the final price, and that negotiation happened. $775,000 is the final negotiated price for the 259 acres northerly of Northfield Road for conservation and southerly 59 acres for recreation. Next slide, please. So not only was this opportunistic and proactive, it was also an outstanding value. Again, I already said the assessed value, $996,900. We had the property appraised. It appraised at $1.1 million, and we have it under agreement for $775,000. you can see that negotiated price is a fantastic value compared to the assessed and the appraised, independently appraised value that this property is worth. Furthermore, we said we were not going to take this forward to the town unless we were able to secure town grants. And we'll talk a little bit more about those, state grants. Thank you, for the support of this acquisition. And we're hoping to reduce the cost by an additional $500,000 of state grants. And so the total all-in cost to the town would be $282,000, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slides. First of all, the state grants. Next slide, please. The Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs has two different grant programs for open space and conservation acquisitions, the land grant program, and parkland acquisitions, the park grant program. Both of them provide 64% reimbursement to the town for those types of acquisitions for successful application and a current open space and recreation plan. The maximum award amount for each of those grant programs is $400,000 for the land acquisition, conservation acquisition program, and $100,000 for the park acquisition program. We applied for those grants in June. I'm happy to announce that we were awarded both of those grants in their maximum amounts in September. So we have those grants awarded to us, and we'll be able to take that forward to town meeting as well. We have a long history with these grants. We've had 33 of the 35 grants we've received were all received prior to 1975. Hunting Hills was done in 1999, and then the Lane acquisition, our last acquisition, was done in 2014. Next slide. From a budgetary standpoint, the acquisition cost, $775,000. A few other incidental costs required for potential closing here. And if you'll hit next, you'll see that the total project costs happen to be, next slide please, 64% of the amount we got awarded under the grants. That is not an accident. We maximized the amount we had, were able to secure for state grants for these acquisitions. And then a little bit of information about how we plan to fund this. So we have to authorize the entire $782,000 at town meeting because it's a reimbursement grant program. We can't get reimbursed until we spend the money. So we have to acquire it a short period of time. We have to carry the full $782,000 until we get the reimbursement by the end of fiscal year 19, so June of 2020.
It's fiscal 20.
Fiscal 20 is ended?
Fiscal 20.
Excuse me, fiscal 20. My apologies. So we carry until we get reimbursed, and then we have to long-term borrow the remaining portion of that. So here we have numbers for 5-year bond service would be about $60,000 a year for that delta, that $282,000, and a 20-year would be about $17,000 a year. Next slide. This is quickly to point out to, some folks will say, and we've heard it before, that Lunenburg has enough open space. I don't know what enough open space is. And that's for everybody to judge. This is a slide from Mass Audubon's Losing Ground report that they put out that was published in 2013. So it's a little dated, but still the only acquisition we've had in town was the Lane property since then. This shows how we rank in relation to other towns in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You'll see we're in the middle to bottom half of the state in terms of how we rank with other communities in the state, in terms of how much land we have for conservation, how much of the most important habitats we have been protected. We're in the bottom half of that. So I don't know how much is too much, but I also know how we rank compared to other communities in town, or in state rather. Next slide. So in summary, the Saliba property is strategic, provides both critical linkages to existing town resources, focuses on only the most essential resources to be protected, and it's a balanced approach. We have both conservation and recreation needs met with this single acquisition. It's proactive. It's negotiated, not reactive. It's not a developer-driven project like a Chapter 61 withdrawal can be. And the timeline and the terms are managed in a way that we can deal with as a town. It's not on a tight timeline that we have to respond to. And it's cost-effective. Again, it's contingent on the state funding. The bond service begins in, this should say, fiscal year '21. And it fits within our normal operating budget. We don't expect to have to take any excessive action in order to make this fit. And there's the long-term cost avoidance in terms of additional children in schools and additional town services that would potentially be required if this property were to be ultimately developed. Last slide. The warrant article that will go before the town authorizes the town to purchase approximately 259 acres for care and control of the Conservation Commission and 59 acres for recreation under the care and control of the Parks Commission. Authorize expenditure of up to $782,000 required to conduct the closing, and it's offset by the receipt of the state grants. So the total cost of the town is $282,000. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Before questions, I want to thank you and the committee for putting together, first of all, for negotiating this, for putting together an excellent presentation, got all to the pertinent details. Me, for one, I think it's an excellent opportunity for the town at a price that's really hard to believe. So I want to applaud you and all the members through you, all the members of your committee and everybody who assisted that, everybody in the town manager's office and the town manager for assisting this. So I think it really is an excellent program, excellent use of our resources, excellent protection of the resources. So thank you.
Great.
Any questions from anybody?
One question I have is, have you met with Parks about their acquisition of a portion of it?
Yes, we have.
Are they?
And they voted in
positive
support
for
of it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then the other thing I was thinking is I was going to ask how many tax dollars are generated right now with the 318 acres, which would essentially be a loss of revenue to the town. But then I sort of answered my own question, knowing that a future owner and/or the current owners could put it into chapter, jeopardizing, what the revenue would be anyways.
That's
so
right.
I kind of answered my own question, knowing that
That's right.
what we lose could be lost.
And in fact, right before I came up here tonight, Terry was working on gathering that information for us. So I haven't had a chance to review that information for myself to understand what the total tax implication is of taking this off the rolls. And we will actually have that information for discussion at our Thursday night meeting with
Great, because that was the question that came to my mind, but then I thought, if somebody put it into chapter, you lose that revenue anyways.
Yep, that's right. And, conservation also adds value to a community. If you look at any real estate listing, if there's a piece of property that's for sale that abuts conservation land, they always mention it because it's like waterfront property. It's a benefit and it adds value to that. So when there's conservation land added to a community, to a residential area, it adds value to the surrounding properties.
Oh, and the pictures are beautiful. Is that north side or south side?
That's the north side, and that's actually on that slide there. That's Table Rock, and if I have my way, we will name this the Table Rock Conservation Area. A very interesting geologic feature there, where there's probably about a 10-ton boulder that has been removed from the parent bedrock and lifted out of it somehow, and is placed and stacked very, very carefully on 3 pedestal stones on top of that bedrock. It's a really interesting feature.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. And I should have mentioned, and there should have been a slide, there will be some revisions for Thursday night's presentation. We are actually going to have 2 public site visits on the property to be able to tour people around and show them both sides of the road. The first is going to be Saturday, October 19th at 10 a.m. And the second will be Sunday, November 3rd, also 10 a.m.
Can we put these on the website? Yes. That'd be great.
And where will people meet up, do you think?
We'll meet up right on Northfield. I think it's going to be hard to miss us. But we'll meet up right on Northfield Road and find some off-street parking there. There's a little bit of off-street parking on the south side that we can take advantage of, then just pull off on Northfield Road. And we'll gather up and go for a hike.
Can people maybe park on that road, or is that a private road?
We'll figure
You know what
that
I
out.
mean?
We'll figure that out.
Okay. You know, one other thing I wanted to mention was, I don't remember whether it was in the slides or not, but in the portion of the land that's for future park and rec development, there are grants available to help the town.
It's a great point. So the park grant program that we're getting $100,000 through the park grant program for the acquisition of this property. The park grant program also has funding available for the development of parkland. So, and that grant is a maximum of $400,000. So when the town comes to want to develop this property for parkland, there's other funding that is available that can be used, again, state dollars, that can be used for that development. So right now, the proposal is to acquire it and essentially land bank it. Is when we have the funds, we have the time, we have the money, we have the inclination to then consider the development of that property for recreation purposes. We can then, either through our capital program or through these state grant programs, find the funding to put that together. So that's sort of a second phase, an iterative phase that can be down the road. It's nothing that has to be done imminently. There's no requirement that comes out of this acquisition that says thou shalt develop this property by XYZ date. That's not part of this grant program. So we could conceivably buy this property and hold it for 20 years until we develop it. And if we do that, the people who ultimately develop it 20 years from now will be singing our praises that we saved 59 acres for them to future develop to serve the needs of a town that might be having 20,000 residents at that
You
time.
do not have to ever do a thing with it?
You don't have to do anything.
And no
You
strings.
could just land bank it.
Okay. Because the one other thought that came to my mind prior to tonight's meeting is if that became a recreation facility or a heavily used soccer field, the intersection of Northfield and Chase makes me very nervous and has had a lot of problems, so attracting people to the other side of Northfield would be, to me, a big traffic concern.
And that could be handled at a future date. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I just want to agree with your comment. I think excellent presentation.
Great, thank you.
Are you going to be presenting at the public hearing of the Finance Committee on Thursday?
I am.
Okay, so we should announce, there's a public hearing.
There's a public
Of
hearing.
the Finance Committee on Thursday for all warrant articles. This is a warrant article in a special town meeting. This will be discussed this Thursday, right here in this room at 7 PM, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Keep up the good work. Okay, I won't even bother with the right on time part. Just go right into a public hearing on Unitil Storm Resiliency Plan, and as people from Unitil are coming forward, this was published in the Lunenburg Ledger. The Board of Selectmen will be holding a public hearing on Tuesday, October 8th, 2019, at 7:25 PM to hear and review the submission of Unitil's proposed storm resiliency program requesting to prune and/or remove trees along Leominster Road from West Street to Lancaster Avenue, along Lancaster Avenue from Massachusetts Ave to Rolling Acres per Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 3 and 4 on shade trees. The meeting will be held at the Joseph Bellata Meeting Room at Town Hall, 17 Main Street, Lunenburg, Mass. So, welcome.
Hello, I'm Sarah
Introduce
Stankiewicz,
yourselves, yeah?
Unitil Forestry Operations Manager, and I am representing Unitil's proposal to do tree work along along a street in Lunenburg pursuant to Chapter 87 Mass Shade Tree Law. We are looking for approval to remove trees along the stated roads. We have 8 trees that were approved by the planning board on 9/23, listed on page 2. We are looking for approval of those 8 trees to be removed, and we're also looking for approval of incompatible brush, meaning trees that are species that are tall enough to grow into the power lines at a future date, under the lines 3 inches in diameter at breast height to be removed along those areas as well. So we have 3 choices to choose from. One is approval of the 8 as approved by the planning board. The second is the brush removal, and the third is if you do not want to approve the 8 as recommended, to select those trees that you may want to from the list below.
Okay, I should say that these came, so the shade tree ruling is under, determination is under the planning board's decision, correct?
Shade tree is us.
No, the scenic road.
Scenic road, sorry, thank
is-
you. Scenic road is up to,
So for scenic provisions, the
right.
planning
So I
board.
just want to get people up to date. So they decided of the, there were 32 some odd identified trees that wanted to be pruned or removed. And of that, we had a walk with our tree warden and a forestry or an arborist, town's arborist expert, go through, identify what their appraisal was of all the trees, and of those, the planning board chose 8.
Correct.
Okay, so that is the ones that we are in our purview as being shade trees that are under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen. So, with that being said, I'll open up to the board for questions. If anybody has any questions for Unitil.
I do. Good to see you guys again. Really, I don't have many questions today. I think that you guys have really done a thorough job of going through this process with us. I know it has not been easy by any stretch of anyone's imagination. Is the name of this still considered Storm Resiliency Program, or is it now just a Vegetation Management Program?
We consider it storm resiliency program as the proposal. However, the trees as recommended will be done under whichever program heading fits the need. So no need to classify it as a specific project at this time. You're just focusing on the individual trees, and we'll figure out how to fund it and classify it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if I may have some questions. I think I still feel like there's a lot of different vocabulary used, so I don't completely understand. Can you redefine incompatible brush?
Incompatible means it has the capability, it is a species that has the capability of growing into the power line, so it would
could
grow
also be a tree.
25 feet or taller.
So when you say brush, you mean baby trees?
Brush, yes, small trees.
Okay, so not just weeds or,
If the weeds will not grow to be tall enough to get into the power lines, we will not be targeting them.
okay, so targeting
Very small
incompatible
species.
brush is really targeting baby trees?
Yes.
Okay.
Brush is a term for small tree.
And so then when we go back, I was at the planning board public hearing, when they said stick to regular pruning, does regular pruning include taking all the baby trees?
So we're not here to talk about pruning the trees. That was decided upon the Scenic Road Commission. So
I'm trying to see how
removing
what they
trees-
decided overlaps with what we can and can't decide, because some
So
of
here
what,
we're talking about tree removal, so whether they're large trees or small trees, we're talking about removing. So trees under 3 inches in DBH, which we consider brush or small trees, are part of the decision-making process tonight. We are proposing to not be pruning them.
but if the planning board said that we had to stick to regular pruning on the scenic roads, aren't we already needing to stick to that?
We would not be touching them if they're small trees that don't need pruning. So trees under 3 inches in diameter at breast height usually are not tall enough to require pruning for the overhead electric lines. But they will at a
would still
future
be
point,
removed
not part
because
of
they're
pruning.
incompatible brush?
So there's 2 types of work. Pruning in the air for clearance around the power lines, which was decided by the planning board for the scenic road considerations. Today, we are talking about removal of trees, whether they're large trees or small trees. We have 2 types of trees that we're asking for removal of. 1, large trees, 8 of them as identified. 2, small trees, trees under 3 inches in diameter at breast height. It is completely separate from pruning.
Okay, so if we authorize this, you could remove all baby trees.
that are species that are incompatible.
Can you
So
tell us what
maple-
incompatible trees are?
They're any species that can grow to be a height that would come in contact with the power lines. So any tree that's under 25 feet or less would remain. So any raspberry, blueberry, witch hazel, dogwood, crabapple, serviceberry, all of those native species that may grow along the side of the road would not be touched.
So I don't think of raspberries as trees, so can you list the species of trees you'd be removing?
I just listed a whole bunch of different trees. Those are the types of trees we would be leaving. Trees we'd be removing: maple, oak, poplar,
Locust,
locust, pine, willow, anything that has the capability to grow 25 feet or taller
underneath the line.
underneath the power lines. Yeah,
And like I'd mentioned
There
before,
would-
it would look a lot like it does in Townsend, where they did ground-to-sky clearance.
Absolutely
Sort of
not.
like a clear cutting.
absolutely not. Anything that's between, that's over 3 inches would remain unless it's on this list. So 3-inch diameter, anything in that class and above would be removed. So we're talking about small, very small trees.
So there could be no future trees.
Oh, the 3-inch ones are
confused.
staying.
I think they made it clear what they're,
No, it
What they're
changes.
cutting.
I've
it hasn't changed. I mean, she said it, you've had her say it 3 times. I mean, what she's described, with all due respect, has been very clear. Anything that can grow as a species above 25 feet, that isn't currently 3 inches or more in diameter at chest height, you said? That's what they're looking to remove.
I completely understand. So
Okay.
I'm just pointing
So all
out
trees-
that by removing all these baby trees, as the old growth ones die off, we are creating a scenario where there's no trees on the scenic roadways.
Under the power lines, yes.
There will be trees between 3 inches and whatever else is there. So any tree over 3 inches will remain. When maintaining urban forest, you would want to thin trees as it is to allow those other ones to grow. So we're not removing all trees, there will still be trees there. Anything above 3 inches that's not on this list will remain. It's only trees 3 inches and below. What we want to do is avoid having more trees grow in to cause future problems while still preserving the ones that are there.
Okay, I'm just trying to envision the overall impact, because we're only talking about public trees, and you're removing a lot of private trees as well, I understand. So the scope of the project, after you remove all the private trees that have been tagged, that people have authorized, and we take away all the baby trees and start removing the ones that we authorize, the scope of tree loss will be really large, and that's just what I'm trying to point out, is that the landscape of the scenic roadways will be dramatically different, because as you piece all these different terms and things together, we lose a lot of vegetation and trees. And I completely understand it, I'm just pointing out where I'm going to stand on this.
Okay, fair enough.
I have a question.
Mrs. Luck?
I noticed that in the public trees notes from the 917 walk, it was suggested that 10 and 15 be removed, but they're not on this list.
Correct.
So,
That's because the ones, 8 you see in front of us are the only 8 that the planning board approved for removal.
Planning
Everything
board-
else, they rejected.
can I ask the land use director to say why they wanted those 2 trees to stay?
I don't
know
think
if
it's
he, I don't know if the
relevant.
planning, the land use director represents the planning board.
So
If he
they
has a comment-
decided, they decided per scenic road that it impacted the scenic road conditions. So it is not even on the docket right now for removal, whether or not you feel that it should have been removed. It is not a candidate anymore. They felt it had an impact to the scenic road.
Okay, thanks.
And if I remember correctly, they had broken down all the trees into different categories of disease or danger, and that these just happened to be the 8 that were categorized as red, and they chose to authorize removal of the red trees.
Correct. We had recommended 13 trees that had been agreed upon on the site walk, and they chose to decide differently from that and only choose the 8 trees that were in the highest category
Oh,
of
okay.
risk. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just say that I'm glad that we've brought it down to only 8 trees, and from the sidewalk, they were, in my opinion, significantly damaged and should be taken care of anyway, so I'm glad we come this far and have agreed to this much.
Any other questions? Comment?
So, the first time we met, we talked about the health of the trees, and I think the whole conversation was centered around the health of the trees. And then we did a site walk, and we didn't really talk about the health of too many trees. We talked about proximity to power lines, which I think was what we were kind of hinting at the first meeting, that it seemed like a lot of this was unrelated to health and had a lot to do with proximity to power lines. So, I reached out outside of this meeting to your community. I'm going to blank your name back there, but your community relations person. And I have to first say that I appreciate the thoroughness of the response that Unitil provided to my questions. They were related to sustainability. At our last meeting, I made a point to say that I think that we are at a crossroads in general in our society, and that that I'm not as comfortable doubling down on global warming, but I think that I appreciate the effort that you guys are really putting into this. We as boards are not always easy to get along with, and we certainly were very defensive of these trees. And this list has gone from whatever it was down to 8. And I think first the planning board for their portion in that, because that's then made our job tonight a lot easier. And this has gone from something that I absolutely was not in support of under any circumstance to something that I can now support. And I think that what you're trying to do on the scenic road is essentially what I do down my very long driveway, which is go through it every other year and cut down every tree that's 3 inches or less, because I know that give it 5 more years, and now I need chainsaws, and it's going to interfere with power lines. So this much smaller scope, I think, is appropriate. But we still have a bigger question, which is how do we get this line in town to be better? And then also, how do we get the electricity that's being distributed through our power lines to increase from 11% to 100. But it sounds as if that Unitil is taking this seriously and that there's a serious approach to this. And so I appreciate that.
Any other comments? So my only comment is I appreciate all the time and effort that not only Unitil put in, but our DPW, our consultant with town, going through and evaluating on a very long walk that day, each and every tree that was identified. I do share a concern, and it is a concern that was shared to us by our DPW director in an email, that now that we've identified trees that potentially are problematic that were cited for removal and that were concurred by our own consultant to be candidates for removal, that the town leaves ourselves open for liability if anything happens to those trees that were identified and concurred with Unitil to be removed that are not being removed. I don't know what avenue we need to do to take that. I don't know if the planning board wants to revisit those after getting this email from the DPW director, but it is out there. So I don't know if you have, Madam Town Manager, if you have anything else to add to that.
Yes. I would, the board can't circumvent the process that's set out by state law regarding the scenic road designation and the planning board's role. So I would recommend that the board meet with the planning board to discuss these other 5 trees.
So I think we should put that on the docket.
Should we discuss it with legal as well?
Yes, and it would be good for legal to be at that meeting as well.
So we should do that, but that's outside the scope of this particular request. I just wanted to bring that up. I will entertain a motion on the request of the 8 trees and the brush as defined by Unitil. I don't know, Mr. DiNapoli, you're up here. If you have something you want to say?
Nope.
Or you're just supporting your team members?
I'm supporting the team.
All right.
Unfortunately, I have to leave for another meeting.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. Please. Again, name and address and...
Rhonda Licia, 181 Reservoir Road. I gave a detailed statement at the planning board public hearing in opposition to this plan. I think that we have more considerations than just the power lines on our roadways with all the stormwater controls that are needed. And I would hope that you would not remove the baby trees. I think we should let them grow and have a better trimming plan as we go forward, rather than stripping the ground clear of baby trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, if I may ask, and I mean, I can get the ball rolling, but I would like to take these items that they've provided us as separate motions so that we can move through some of them and it won't be like a pass or fail. So I would move.
Well, hold on. I want to ask if anybody else has any public comment first. No.
Okay, I would move that we grant approval of the 8 trees as that were recommended by Unitil and agreed upon by the planning board that are listed here in red.
Do I have a second?
Yep, second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
Okay.
Want to make the motion?
Oh, and then my next motion would be that we do this in phases. We remove the 8 trees, see what normal pruning looks like, and see what it looks like after all the private trees are going to be removed. We've granted the removal of 8 public trees. They're going to do normal pruning. So I would make a motion that at this time, we do not approve the removal of incompatible brush otherwise defined as young or baby trees. Letting them grow at this time is not incompatible with the power lines. In their future, they will be, and I think we don't have to meet their demise today. So I would make a motion that we do not approve the removal of incompatible brush along these scenic roads.
I'll second, for the purposes of discussion.
Any discussion?
I don't think that's the right approach for the health of the future street trees that you're worried about. If you want them to grow in healthy and strong, then you should keep these ones that are over 3 inches and get rid of the underbrush that's going to interfere with their proper growth to be a healthy tree in the future. So I think, I mean, if you really want a healthy street tree environment, this is the right approach to take.
And I don't disagree with the concept or taking that approach, but I'm just recommending that we put it off for now and we see what we're left with after this sort of vast removal that will occur because of the different components of this plan, because I don't see any reason why we couldn't remove these trees, which aren't in the way of power lines, say 6 months from now or a year from now, after we get an understanding what the new landscape looks like. I just don't want to grant too much approval now and not be able to take it back later if we're sort of taken aback by what things look like. I agree with what you're saying about creating a healthy environment for the trees, but I think we have a lot of things outlined right now that a lot of old growth trees are going to be removed on private property. So we'll lose those, we'll lose the 8, and then normal pruning. And so I think my motion is that at this time, we do not grant approval, not meaning that it's not something we can't revisit if it's appropriate and we feel the landscape hasn't been altered too much.
Well, they're willing to pay for it. I don't know that they'd be willing to pay for it another time.
Yeah, but at what, I mean, you can't pay to put them back. And so there's a risk in jumping into saying Unitil wants to take down
Well,
all
course
of our
they-
trees so they don't ever touch their
Of course you can put
power
it back.
lines.
The tree that's only 3 inches in diameter is not all that old, so to plant them again strategically is not a difficult
There's
thing.
more to it, like our previous commenter, just other people have spoken at the public hearings about runoff in the sides of the road and the health of the sides of the road and drainage and stormwater management and things. So I just don't want to remove too much. It's something that we can authorize, and the small trees, even our own, DPW does do some pruning of small trees that need to be removed. I just don't know why we need to go all in on something. I've seen this program in other places, and it looks unpleasant.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? So the motion was to not approve the brush removal as requested by Unitil. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
No.
So then I would entertain a motion to the contrary. We can't, they're not going to remove them by us saying no. But no.
So moved.
I didn't say anything. You have to make the motion.
With the removal, make a motion to approve the removal of the incompatible brush under lines of 3 inches in diameter, breast height, and less, as determined on the 9/23/19 planning board meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on this one? I'm assuming not. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 4-1. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time.
Enjoy your night.
It's gonna be real pretty.
Okay. That closes that public hearing. To our next public hearing. Do we have the hearing notice? That's to witnesses. Do we have a hearing notice here?
Should be in there. A lot of documents.
Yeah, I don't see.
Hearing notice to witnesses.
That's to witnesses. Do we have, wasn't this
Yeah.
advertised?
No, so it doesn't require to be advertised, so
Okay.
it's just, yeah.
All right, so the notice. All right, so there is no official notice.
Right.
That's just,
Yeah,
correct?
yep, yes.
Okay, so we have a notice about a dangerous dog hearing that had occurred on September 11, 2019. Let me get the dog hearing procedure. There's a very strict procedure that we need to follow. And where is this PDF not coming up?
Mine's not
You
either.
want mine?
You're not, yours isn't either?
No.
You want mine?
Okay. So I'm going to say, I'll go over the procedure first, where we announce the ground rules about that this is an official hearing, that everyone testifying must be sworn in, and we will go over the order of the proceedings. We will swear in the complainant and anybody else who will provide testimony. We'll do them all together. The complainant will present his or her testimony. The owner or keeper of the dog will present his or her testimony. Witnesses will testify. Board will ask questions and deliberate. Board will make a finding. And then, once a finding is made, the board will determine options considering what the finding is. The possible findings for such a hearing is that the dog at issue constitutes a nuisance to the community, and it constitutes a nuisance because A, it has a vicious disposition, or it barks excessively, or it creates some other disturbance, or 2, that the dog, as a result of such barking or other disturbance, causes annoyance to a sick person within the jurisdiction of the responsible board or official. The range of options, if there is a finding against the dog and the owner, is either restraint, or banishment, or euthanization. So, before we come to an option, there will be a determination or a finding first. Okay, so, with that being said, we will start the proceedings, and anybody who is here to provide testimony from either side, please stand. Do you have something I need to say here?
Go ahead, you can just keep it.
Hold on while I look for the official wording I'm supposed to use.
Oath.
Do we have one? Okay, so if everybody raise their right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. I do. Let the record show, and hold on, everybody stand up, that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people who have taken the oath. Now, as you provide testimony, please give your full name and address, and if you have occupation or role of responsibility in town, please let us know that. Okay, so the complainant, if the complainants would come to the podium, please. And just, again, state your name first and your address.
Guinevere Terhune, 15 Woodland Drive,
Okay.
Lunenburg.
Okay.
Okay. On the morning of September 11th, 2019, while taking my dog Daisy for a walk on Hemlock Drive in Lunenburg, we were viciously attacked by 2 greyhounds that knocked me down in the road, bit me in the face, head, hand, and arms, and continued to try to kill my dog. After I was able to get up, I continued to try to protect my dog while the 2 greyhounds, in a frenzy, continued to viciously attack both of us against a tree. This incident is much more serious than if a dog simply bites and then stops on its own. These dogs would have continued until the end if they hadn't been taken away by other people. My dog almost died, and I could have died. The next day and for several days afterwards, I had a headache along with neck and back pain, swelling and bruising with multiple punctures on my face, arms, hand, and a wound on my head. Days later, more bruising showed up on my arms. My concern is that this can happen again. Not only to me, but also to my children who often walk Daisy. I know that one of the attack dogs, Janice, has gotten out 2 other times before because my husband, Todd, helped to try to get her back. Do we have to wait for another incident that could take my life or a child's life? I am not safe going outside to check the mail, even without Daisy, because there is a good chance they would attack me again, and they are only 2 houses away. Our life has been altered now. Our children cannot play outside with our dog or take her for a walk. When Janice got out before, she came into our yard. Clearly, the 2 attack dogs are unstable and cannot be trusted. My request is for the 2 attack dogs to be put to sleep. No matter how secure the fence is, there is always the chance for human error. Until these dogs are gone, we can never be safe living in our neighborhood. The next question is, how can anyone in our neighborhood who has a small dog feel safe with 6 greyhounds next door who are trained in the same way to kill small animals? That's all I have.
We should keep all our questions to the end, right? Yeah, the selectmen will keep all their questions for everybody till the end.
Oh, did you have questions?
No, we will, but we're going to wait to hear testimony from everybody before we question everybody. So you'll be asked to come back up. The owner and the dog keeper to present their testimony, please.
Michael Galletti,
Elizabeth Galletti.
36 Woodland Drive. I was not home at the time. My wife was, and when she noticed that the 2 dogs were out, she went to look for them. Yes, she mentions that Janice has gotten out before. She and the other dog have been out a few times, I think 4 to 5. Never attacked a person at all. They've never attacked a person because as they go up to people, they want to greet people. When I used to walk one of those dogs, which is Janice, and another greyhound that I have on a leash, we used to walk by Glenn and Todd's house. When their family was out, especially their 2 young children, they wanted to come over and greet the dogs and pat the dogs. And at one time, they even babysat Janice in their house before they had a small dog. So I just feel that it was a very unfortunate thing that they got out. I've had that fence for 19 years, and only in the past 4 years possibly has anyone gotten out.
And unfortunately, there was must have been a very small opening where the fence was attached to a tree, and Janice got her head through, and then the rest of her and Slingshot saw that and followed. The other 4 dogs were not around at that time, so they didn't go out. So I immediately got in my car, started calling them and telling neighbors they were loose. I even drove to the cove on Hemlock Drive where the incident happened. They weren't there at that time. Later, I got a call from the police station that, yes, there was an incident at the cove and that I should go down and get my dogs. As I was heading down there to get the dogs, I could see Gwen walking up the street, coming back home. This was maybe a half mile from our house where this all happened. She was walking home carrying Daisy, the little dog that was hurt, and she was bleeding too. She said 2 dogs attacked. I don't know if she realized they were my dogs at the time, and I said, my dogs are loose, so greyhounds, it's them. So she asked if I could go to the vet hospital with Daisy, but a friend of hers was there too, so she said she would take her to the vet hospital. I had to go pick up my own dogs. So I went down to the cove, and 2 neighbors were holding the dogs. They were just standing there waiting, and I went to get Slingshot first, and the girl that was holding Slingshot said, "Is he attacking you?" And I said, "No, he's just happy that Mummy came for him." So I put both dogs in the car and brought them home. I then followed up to Fallon Animal Clinic, where Gwen and her friend were taking Daisy. They were just getting discharged and sent instead to Wachusett Animal Hospital. And so I paid the bill at Fallon's. I offered to pay all medical bills, but instead the plan with Gwen and Todd is to, we have insurance. So that's what they're doing for medical for Daisy, which is more than $5,000, and medical for Gwen, which I don't know what that is. So we have insurance for that. Sight hounds are, it's not anything they're trained to do, is to do that, kill. It's instinct. They do go after something small and moving. Unfortunately, and these greyhounds were on the loose, and so the instinct kicks in. If you own a sight hound or it doesn't have to be a sight hound or a greyhound, but any dog that shows such prey drive, you need to contain them. That's where the error happened. So we've since hired a fence contractor, put a down payment on. He's coming in a week or so, and the pastor, Reverend Dr. Steve Mayo, came the following day and helped Mick repair the opening in the fence plus some with utility wire, and just secured it a bit more. So that's what we have until the new fencing, which is going to be chain link with a ground tension wire or something that prevents them from digging, which is what they would do more than jump over. So we feel we'll be safe with the dogs, keeping an eye on them. When they go out, we're always home. We always watch what they're doing. And we have I don't know if you brought the muzzle, we have basket muzzles that we would be willing to put on the 2 offending dogs when they're outside, which would prevent them if they did get loose. Hopefully that would not ever happen. But human error, a gate could be left open or something, that's where that would happen. But we're on guard that doesn't happen. So I'd say what I'm pleading for is a chance to install new fencing and be vigilant to watch, basket muzzle the 2 offending dogs, but not euthanize them or give them away.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, this is a copy of the fence contract.
Want to ask for the police officer who filed a report next, please?
Good evening, I'm Officer Monroe. Just want me to go over what happened?
Yes, go over your report, please.
Okay.
You don't have to read verbatim your report if you don't want to, but just review it.
Okay. On September 11th, I responded to a call located at Hemlock Drive, the beachfront, for 2 dogs that have gotten loose. At first, it came over as just a loose dog call. Then once I arrived, I talked to the owner of the 2 dogs, Elizabeth, who told me that her dogs attacked Gwen Veneer. I asked her if she knew anything about the attack at that time. She didn't. As I was leaving, Gwen Veneer's husband he found me down the road. I talked to him. He informed me more that he wasn't sure if Gwen Veneer had been attacked, but just that Elizabeth's 2 Italian Greyhounds had attacked her dog, and it was in serious condition, and they were on their way to the vets. I later met up with Gwen Veneer after she was out of the hospital and the dog was in the hospital. I talked to her about the incident, and I have pictures that I took from the incident, as well as pictures that were taken of the fence around the property. I'm not sure if you guys got it. When I talked to her, she informed me she suffered multiple injuries, cuts to her face. She fell and hit her head, which she had a gash, and there's a picture there. She also had multiple large bruisings on her arms and hands. And then she informed me through the process of multiple follow-ups with them about the bills for the dog, estimated around $8,000. I then went with ACO Como to Elizabeth's residence at 36 Woodland Drive, where we reviewed the fencing around the property. ACO Como talked to Elizabeth in the front while I walked around the property with her husband, and in the process of doing that, I observed many areas where the fence was definitely weak. It was bent down. I'm not sure if it was from tree limbs hitting it or what it was, but it definitely needed to be updated. And while we were walking around the back end of it, one of the dogs exited the house and ran towards me barking, and myself, I felt in fear, not knowing what would happen. The dog did stop. It didn't charge over the fence, but there's definitely the ability. We talked to them about updating the fence and hopefully containing the problem with that, and their plan and what they said about how they're going to update the fence did seem like a reasonable plan to contain the dogs, but at that time when we went, the fence was definitely not secure. And that's all I have.
Okay, I'm just reviewing. I think next we'll hear from our animal control officer. Come on.
Kathy Como, Animal Control. It's a tough situation. 2 nice families, 2 dogs in big trouble. The fence definitely needs to be replaced. I mean, I think through the winters and storms, I think it's not a really kennel fence. So I suggested, number 1, that they call the insurance company right away, because I knew the bills were gonna be a lot. And I told them they need to call the fence company. If they're gonna have any dogs there, they need greyhounds, they're gonna have to fix it. So she said she would do that, which they've done. On the other hand, Gwen lives there, a couple houses away, and the dogs have been out a few times, and I was never called because her husband helped to catch the dogs. But he was not aware of what the dogs were capable of, so he wasn't worried at the time, but now they're petrified. They're petrified to live there, and she told me she has to live there for the next 10 years with her kids, for school and everything else, and she can't live in peace. I have a recommendation for the end. I made some inquiries. I think 6 dogs there is, at this point, is too many. And I think that they should cut back. You know, they're my age. I know that, you know, I handle dogs all the time, and it's not like it used to be. I'm not as strong. So 6 dogs. And with what happened, I think that, you know, there has to be some give here somehow, so these people can live in their home in peace. And they're friends with each other, and it's sad because it's just a bad situation. And anybody that owns dogs, you never know what's gonna happen. And it happened. And I don't know how the dog survived, but it did, thank God. But it was, my vet said she would have never thought it would have survived. He had holes in his trachea. Usually 1 hole, he had like 30 holes from the bites. And he made it. She made it, so strong little dog. But a lot of money, a lot of heartache, and Gwen's still recuperating. And Liz is going in for back surgery. And that concerns me too, because I'm afraid, you know, it's gonna be hard for her to take care of all the dogs after the back surgery. So, I mean, you have to make a decision, and I have my recommendation for the end, but I wasn't there when it happened, but there's more people here to testify too, I guess, but I wasn't there. I was called in after. I just saw the aftermath, so.
Could you state what your recommendation is?
Well, no, she'll tell us at the end. I want to hear all the
I
witnesses.
would like you guys.
We'll be able to ask everybody questions.
I would like the board to decide what they think, and then I can tell them what I
Oh,
think.
we're going to ask you what you think before we'd make a decision, but I think we'll leave that for the end.
Okay.
So I have not been given a list of witnesses, so I'll just ask people to come up.
We do have 3 people identified in letters from Elaine as witnesses.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Christian Smith-LaFerrier. I formerly worked for Kathy Como. She actually gave me 2 dogs, English Bulldogs. I am a very extremely trained person with dogs. I have had Mastiffs, Huskies, Rottweilers, Bulldogs, Pit Bulls. I currently have a Doberman puppy. I know dogs. Greyhounds are not aggressive dogs. They are trained to go after a small animal. You have to take that into consideration. Unfortunately, there was an accident and they got loose. I was going to read all of this, but I'll just leave it for you. I'll just speak from my heart. I've known Liz Galletti for my entire life. She doesn't toot her own horn at all. She's a veterinary technician for 47 years. 47 years, almost 50 years being a veterinary professional. She worked for my mom. My mom was her boss for 40 years. They worked together. They were both pregnant with myself and her firstborn. I've known her my whole entire life. I've worked in the veterinary field since I was 11 years old. I've worked for the ACO for many years. She gave me dogs. I am apt to speak for the fact that Liz Galletti, who did not toot her own horn at all, neither did Mick, they're the most experienced pet owners I know. I would never trust, I would literally give I right now have a Doberman puppy. I wouldn't trust I don't even think I would trust Mom with my Doberman puppy. I would trust Liz with him, even with all her greyhounds. She is the most experienced dog owner I know. Last year alone, I rescued a cat off the lakefront that somebody just tossed out of their car. I rescued that cat, and I thought it got run over by a car. But it didn't. It was just so anemic from fleas and so dehydrated. It was fine. It was very old, and I had to keep her in my garage because I had 4 normal cats in the house that would beat the crap out of that cat. And when winter came, I said, I can't keep her in my garage anymore. Who took her? Liz Galletti. With all the greyhounds, she took my cat and took very good care of. She did pass away from natural causes, not from greyhounds. This is a woman who keeps her own bunnies at the house with greyhounds. She keeps cats at the house with greyhounds. She has never, this was an awful, awful, awful accident. It was an accident. She has never done anything to jeopardize any animal in the world. This is my mom, Kathy, who, no, I talk loud, Mom.
I know.
I do talk loud, I apologize, but I'm very passionate about this because Liz would never do anything to jeopardize anybody's animal, not her own, not her neighbors, not anybody. I also brought her other neighbor who has dogs and lives right across the street from her and has for years and has never had a problem with her dogs. I will give you my statement. I'm not going to read it all because it's long. But my mother managed a veterinary hospital for 45 years.
Hi, my name's Kathleen Baker. I've owned a home here in Lunenburg for 42 years on Hickory Hills. I worked with Liz Galletti for 45 years at Pepperell Veterinary Hospital. Over those years, for 32 of them, I became manager. I have hired and fired lots of people. Liz Galletti, out of all the people I've ever met, is the most compassionate person, not just for her love of animals, but for people. She feels the same way about people. This has devastated her that this has happened. But she has worked with Greyhound Rescue Leagues for, I'm not sure exactly how long, but I know for well over 20 years, because she loves the animals and wants to help to take care of them. And she has had many greyhounds that she keeps at her home. Now, we've talked about the fact that greyhounds instinct go after small animals. This is what just kicks in. But Liz Galletti has always had at least 4 or 5 cats that nobody else wanted, that nobody else would care for. She's always had bunnies at the same time that she's had all these greyhounds. And she has always managed to take care of everybody, keep everybody separate, and nothing has ever happened. She is a responsible dog owner. I don't think they realize quite how bad the fence had got. And like she said, these dogs, when they're walked or with their owners, they are not aggressive in any way. And even if one of them had got out, this may not have happened. But whenever you get more than one dog together, loose, and their instinct is to go after something, this could have happened. But I think they are taking the responsibility of correcting the fence, and with her compassion for animals and for people, I know that Liz and Mick would never, ever let this happen again or do their very best. I think they need to be given a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a list of people here, so I'm just going to call them up in the order we had them. We had letters sent to them. So Mr. and Mrs. Fortune.
John and Donna Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive in Lunenburg. On that day, on September 11th, we were in the house, windows were closed. We heard this awful noise coming from the beach area, so we lived just before the Hemlock Beach area where the incident occurred. Screaming, crying, etc., but we could hear it inside. We came outside, and Donna immediately said to me, "It's like, jump in the car, we gotta go, somebody's hurt, or something's wrong." And we knew it was a school day, kids were in school, so we didn't think it was a kid, but we weren't sure what it was. The noise was just loud. So we jumped in the car and drove down there. As we were driving down there, we saw Ms. Terhune walking, carrying the dog. She had blood on her face, blood in her hair, blood all over her clothing, holding her dog. Obviously, the dog was bloody as well. And I assumed at the time that it was the dog's blood that was all over her. I only found out later that she was actually attacked as well. So we then pulled up, saw June Hudson, who will speak at some point. She said, "John, help, you gotta jump out and grab one of these dogs." She had one of them, she had her what she can tell you about. She had her arm in a sling and was holding one dog. So I jumped out, we both jumped out. I grabbed the second dog, and I'll call him she had the light-colored dog, I had the dark-colored dog. The dogs at the time were fine, they weren't aggressive, they came over, but I noticed that the light-colored dog did have blood on it and all. I couldn't tell with the dark-colored dog. And at that point, we waited, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe until the officer arrived. And
Liz arrived
and then Liz
first.
arrived, I'm sorry, Liz arrived
Liz arrived
first, yep. And then the officer arrived. So I don't know if you want to add
Yeah, then we
anything to
were,
that.
our work there was done, and she took the dog, and we left and went home.
Yeah, she put one in a pen in the back of her vehicle and then one in the seat, and they stayed in there until they left. So that's what we saw. We weren't there, we didn't see the incident as it happened, we only saw, Mr. Huna as she was walking, carrying the dog back, and just a tremendous amount of blood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Catherine Elbthal?
She's not here, she's in France, but she gave her testimony, notarized testimony, which you should have.
Okay, I'll look for that.
Should be in your packet.
Okay. And Ms. Hudson?
Hi, June Hudson, 9 Pine Acres Road. I was in my house and then had just come out, and I heard some ungodly screaming. I mean, frantic, like someone was being killed. And I had my arm in a sling, but I just took off and ran down the road, and I immediately saw 2 greyhounds getting under this woman's arms, trying to get at the little fluffy white dog, and there was blood everywhere. She was up against a tree just trying to shed the dog, and I immediately grabbed one of the dogs and twisted the collar so I had a good hold on it. Because of my sling, I couldn't do the other one, so I kept yelling at it to get away. She had a friend with her who was also yelling at the other one to get it away. We finally got it away enough, but it kept circling back around. I think once they got the frenzy going, it was impossible to stop. At that point, I saw Donna, I forget Donna's last name. She was out, she came out, and I said, please call the police immediately. And she did, and then she came down. Donna and John Fortune came riding up in their car, and as he said, I asked him to please grab the other dog, and he did. He whipped off his belt and put it around the collar and had the dog to the side. Guinevere, once I got her freed from the dogs, I just told her, I didn't realize she was hurt. I just said, run, just run, get out of here. And then I told her other friend to go with her as well. So we just waited there with the dogs. And then Liz came and got her dogs into her vehicle. And then the police came later. And we gave them the statement. But of course, none of us realized that Guinevere was injured, because the cop had asked, is there any injury? Or the police station when they were called, and we didn't think so. But she had blood all the way down her glasses, all the way down her body, and I thought, if that came from that poor little dog, I don't know how it's going to survive. So I just felt bad, and I know Liz and her husband are very nice people as well. Everybody says so, and that's all I can really testify to is, how I came running down, and that's it.
Thank you. Anybody that still hasn't testified that would like to testify? Please. I will read Ms. Elbthal's testimony at the end. I'll read it into the record. It's not that long.
What's going on, folks? Mike LaRoche, 31 Woodland Drive. I live across the street from Liz and Mickey, and right 3 houses down from Todd. So I've known them since I was 9 years old. I've been next to their dogs for years and years. I've never had an incident with the dogs. A year ago, I had an incident with my own dog with a neighbor next door. And it causes a very uncomfortable feeling, and I still have that going on currently with my neighbor, and I had many conversations with them, paid the bill, and then restrained my dog to make sure it wouldn't happen again, because if it does happen again, I'm going to be here. I've already been told that's going to happen, so I'm putting things into place in my own home to make sure that my dog doesn't get loose, because I don't want to put my dog down. But I feel extremely bad for what happened within my own incident. When I heard this go down, it just sounds even worse. I know exactly where everybody's at. I've offered to help pay for the fence, help pay for part of the fence, offer them money to help them out with this to try to get the fence in place, because the fence is getting old and it does need to be fixed. Don't know what the whole outcome of this is going to be. I mean, you can't fix what happened, and this is going to always cause a problem with the neighbors. I'm still trying to get over with my own neighbor. They let me keep my dog. They gave me that chance. The town gave me the chance. So I've done that with my own dog, and I've put things into place to make sure that he won't get out and cause these issues again. Do I believe that Liz and Mickey will do that? Absolutely. Will they have help from people like me to help them do that? Absolutely. I've been asked to go over and take care of their dogs. As a matter of fact, the week that this happened, I was supposed to go over there and take care of their dogs while they took a couple of them out on like a road trip. I don't hang out at their house all the time. I really don't hang out with any of my neighbors, but I will go over there and take care of their dogs. So I'm not concerned at all about their dogs ever coming after me. It's never been really an issue. I've got cats that wander the neighborhood. I've never had a problem with them. They've never been attacked. So I haven't had that issue at all with them. They're great owners with their animals. Does the fence need work? Yeah, absolutely. After time, just like you were saying earlier with the road work, you got to fix things. Are they rich? No. You know, are people willing to help them? Absolutely. You know, it's a shame this happened. Everybody's great. I got great neighbors, but stuff like this drives me nuts to see, you know, because how do you get back to where you were before? Do you get back to where you were before by telling somebody that, you know, we're going to put your dogs down and get rid of the rest of them? Does that fix the problem, or does this just make the neighborhood even worse? I don't know what the answers are. I know I'm still trying to work it out with my other neighbors, and we've seemed to got past that. Now, his wife was very concerned, very scared to come out on the back porch, always nervous about noises in the background. I haven't heard anything since because I've restrained my dog. And that was just me by accidentally leaving my door open. So I've made sure that I put everything into place so that doesn't happen again, because I don't want to inconvenience them. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Todd Tune, 15 Woodland Drive. I'm Guinevere's husband. So on that day, I was working at home. Catherine, Guinevere's sister-in-law, came over for a visit. They went for a walk. They took our dog Daisy. Sometime later, while I was upstairs working at my desk, I saw Guinevere coming back, walking into our yard, carrying our dog. And I said, oh, that's pretty strange. And then she yells up, Daisy and I have been attacked by 2 dogs. So I ran down. I saw her whole shirt was covered in blood on her face, blood on her hands, and obviously I saw our dog that looked like it was in shock. So Catherine says, okay, they got in Catherine's car, took our dog to the animal hospital. I called the police, went down and spoke to Officer Monroe, and then went and met my wife at the emergency room in Clinton, and then found out there that she had a head wound, was bit on the nose, bit on the cheek, bit on the hand, and then later in the evening she showed me her arms where she was actually bit on the arms. It looked like to me the dog had her whole arm in his mouth. So this, just because 2 people were there to pull the dogs off my wife, and she just didn't happen to get bit in the wrong place, doesn't make this any less serious of an attack. She was fighting for her life. I hear these dogs are docile. I will challenge anybody to pick up a small dog and get inside that fence with 2 of the greyhounds. You'll be fighting for your life. And that's what she was doing. Not to mention our dog, who almost died. We had to rush her to Tufts Animal Hospital at like 12 o'clock at night so she can go in for emergency surgery. Otherwise, she would have died. So now my wife is afraid to live in her own house that we worked so hard for. You know, Janice has gotten out twice before that I know of, like Mickey said, it's probably been more. And I know that personally because I tried to get Janice back myself. And if I knew then what I know now about their strong prey instincts, I would have called Kathy. I would have called somebody because we were playing Russian roulette with my kids. And my daughter used to go carrying our little dog around our yard. We were just playing Russian roulette. We didn't know about the strong prey instincts, but the owners did, and they continued to get out. So it was only a matter of time for something like this, or even worse, could have happened. So clearly, they're irresponsible dog owners. Clearly. They have 6 greyhounds there. 6. They're big, strong, fast, with strong prey instincts. It would be a challenging thing for anyone to manage that amount of dogs in a very small residential yard. Like Kathy said, they're not getting any younger, they're getting older. Liz is going in for back surgery. The limitations that come with aging and things make it even more difficult to manage and more challenging to manage that many dogs, that type of breed. Then there's a cost associated to managing the grounds and the fencing. And like people alluded to, that was probably contributed to why the dogs got out in the past and why they got out this time. Liz and Mickey don't have a lot of money. So I'm worried that even with the new fencing, that over time it won't be maintained properly and this will happen again. Short of putting the dogs down, nothing is going to eliminate human error. And everything I just mentioned will make it more of a probability the human error comes into play and the dogs could get out again. So we're asking for the dogs to be put down. And, you know, that's why we're here tonight, because we thought this was the best way to ensure the safety of our family in our own neighborhood and in our own yard. So I mean, this was serious. She could have been dead. And then what? Then you're putting the dogs down. So any human life, you have to err on the side of caution, because it could be a child. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is the Reverend Dr. Stephen DiMeo. I am the senior pastor of the Elm Street Community Church in Fitchburg. This is my wife, Debbie, who's a registered nurse. I've known Mickey and Liz for 15 years since I started pastoring the church. They have helped out in so many different ways, not just the church and the people, but they are the first ones to step in when anything is going on with anyone else's animal. We have a small dog. And in fact, our small dog got attacked in the park right by our house. We live on 276 Elm Street in Fitchburg, and someone wasn't taking care of their dog and caused some pretty significant damage. So we can understand what the families are going through because it's horrible. Our dog was in the vet, and Liz was one of the first ones there, trying to be there to comfort us, to try to help us. In fact, she was even willing to try to help assist in covering the expenses that were there. She helps us with our dog all the time. She is someone who comes in, and any time that we've had need with our little Sheba, she's been the one who comes into the house, or Mickey comes into the house and takes care of them. When we heard about what happened, we thought about how we had been in a similar place, and the next day, I know Mickey had talked about wanting to get the section of the fence repaired immediately. Mm-hmm. So I was down there the next day with him, replacing a 50-foot stretch of fence, and had offered, and the offer is still there, that if for some reason they feel that there's another stretch that needs to be done before the fence company can come in, I'm willing to, with some other members of our congregation, go down and replace those immediately in order to have those taken care of if those are concerns. anytime you're dealing with dogs, there are challenges. I mean, we never found the dog that attacked our little one. And I know how much we love our dog, but knowing that, and I mean, my wife can tell you, it was a pit bull breed that tried to rip her out of my wife's arms.
She did rip her out of my arms.
Yeah.
The dog, boy, do I feel for what I'm hearing on both sides, knowing both sides. I know what it's like to be fighting for your dog and not sure what's going to happen to you. And that dog ripped my dog out of my arms, and all I saw was her collar and leash go that way, and my dog whoosh go that way, and I thought she was dead. So I take this very seriously, everything that I've heard. And what I also hear is that these are all really good people, and that this was a horrible, tragic thing that happened. What I would also like to say, just where it was brought up, because I feel it's discriminatory, as a nurse and as a close friend of Liz's, I've known all along about her back concerns. This is a minor surgery that she's having. She will be overnight, one night at most, as a precaution for her age. So I feel that needed to be said. Not that anybody meant it mean-spiritedly, but I feel that was discriminatory and needed to be put on the record. What I would also say is everything that they've talked about Liz and her skills and Mickey are true. I don't know what you're all going to decide, but I do know they're responsible. I know they take this very seriously. They're very grieved and will actually need all your counseling in this. And because they will have support, they will have a church family. They already have that. They have some representation tonight. And again, we're just praying for everybody involved, because this is
they have people
terrible.
from some of their neighbors as well who are stepping up. I said they've helped out anyone who's had animals, so in a situation like this, I'm sure that there are many others who will be stepping up to offer help and support to them to make sure that whatever needs to be done will be done.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to respond to something she said.
Not yet. Anybody that we haven't heard from in the audience that wants to speak that we haven't heard from? Ma'am.
Brenda Dupree, 90 West Groton Road. I just want to say that I think there were two mischaracterizations given. Mickey and Liz are responsible dog owners, I think evidenced by the fact that they have a kennel license for their 6 dogs. It was a terrible, terrible accident. Two of my dogs, my German Shepherds, got into a fight. It was the most horrifying, scary situation, so I just know how terrible that is. But I do just want to say that they are responsible, they feel terrible, and I think that that restraining would be a good thing to come up with, and I just feel terrible that this all happened, but I do want to say that the dogs are not attack dogs, and Mickey and Liz are responsible dog owners, so thank you for your time and consideration.
Anybody else in the audience? I will read into the testimony Catherine Elthal's report that she gave. On Wednesday, September 11, 2019, Guinevere Terhune and I decided to take a walk around her neighborhood in Lunenburg. We left her house around 11:35 with her little Havanese dog, Daisy. Daisy was on a leash. We left Woodland Drive, crossed over Townsend Harbor Road, and kept walking on Hemlock Drive. As we arrived around the water area, I was a few steps ahead of Guinevere. I saw in front of me one big light brown greyhound that was loose. A few feet away was a darker brown, almost black greyhound. I turned around and told Guinevere to pick up Daisy. As soon as she did, the light brown greyhound ran toward her, jumped on her repeatedly, biting her hand, trying to knock Daisy out of her hands. I put myself in front of Guinevere, and as we were both screaming, the other dog came on the other side. I tried to pull them away from her, but they were very fast and kept jumping, biting, and circling her. At one point, the light brown dog grabbed a hold of Daisy, flipped her in the air, and pinned up to the ground, trying to shred her to pieces. The other dog joined in. Guinevere ran to Daisy and pulled her away from them. At that point, one of the dogs jumped on Guinevere and knocked her to the ground, causing Guinevere to hit her head hard on the street pavement. Daisy escaped and ran toward the swamp area. Instead of going into the swamp, she circled a tree. Guinevere got up fast and hovered over Daisy. Both dogs attacked her and bit her multiple times to try to get to Daisy. I pulled one away, and the other was still biting Guinevere. At that point, one of the neighbors had heard us and came out to help us. As soon as she grabbed the lighter brown dog, I was able to scare away the other dog. Guinevere grabbed Daisy and ran toward her house. One of the neighbors called the police. A car came by, stopped, and those people grabbed the dark-colored dog. I ran back to Guinevere's house. I found her in the front of her house on Woodland Drive, covered in her own blood, with a wound on her head, multiple bite wounds on her face, arm, and on her left hand, holding Daisy and talking to one of the neighbors who was actually one of the owners of the two dogs. That was around 12:45 on September 11th, 2019. Sincerely, Catherine Elbthal. You wanted to respond to something.
I did, thank you. So, I mean, she used the word discriminatory, which is a strong word and a trigger word. Of course, I wasn't trying to be discriminatory or whatever toward anybody. The point I was trying to make, maybe best explained as an example. When people get older and they hold a driver's license, at some point, the physical limitations of them getting older maybe should prevent them from holding a license and driving because it puts other people's lives at danger. I think the same can be applied here with the kennel license, given the number of dogs and the breed. How big, like I said, they're big, strong, fast, and powerful. That's the point I was trying to make. I wasn't trying to be discriminatory or anything like that, but that's a strong word to throw out. So that's what I wanted to say.
Now I'm going to open it up to the board to ask questions, and we can go through the witnesses, and you can ask questions of who you want, or we can ask, and you can call up who you want. I don't know what's going to be easy. We've had a lot of witnesses, so I don't know what the best procedure here is as far as efficiency.
Maybe it would be that if one of us wants to ask a question to a witness.
Did everybody read the letter I submitted?
I did.
Yes.
I did.
It went down the line. I think that maybe if one of us wants to ask a question to someone, that we call them up, and that way all of us can ask our questions at that time.
Sure.
I have a few.
So who would you like to start with?
I'd like to start with Gwen, and I'd like to start with Elizabeth. Good evening. Have any of the two dogs in question gone through any formalized dog training?
Yes. Slingshot went through a basic obedience as a young dog, about a year old. Not with Janice. She came off the track, and she was fostered by somebody who couldn't keep her. She ended up with me.
What is the approximate age of the dogs?
10. Janice is 10. Slingshot is 8. I'm sorry, Janice is 9. Slingshot is 8.
Have you had any other complaints about your dogs in the past?
No, in fact, I worry sometimes they bark at night, and my husband is better than I am at hushing them up, but we worry that we don't want to be a concern to the neighbors with barking, so we're working on that, keeping it under control.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyway, that's it for me.
But
someone else
hold
may
on,
have
I'm going to ask
questions.
you, so how many dogs do you have?
6.
And you say you were at home when they got out, is
When
that
the
correct?
two, yes. Our kitchen door can open, and they were out in the fencing from that, so 2 dogs were out. I noticed the light-colored one, Slingshot, was on the other side of the fence, so immediately the red alert happened, and so I had to start combing the neighborhood. He had followed Janice Joplin out of the fence.
Okay,
Do you have any more questions?
I do not.
I have a question. I know that you said you went out and you started to look for the dog. What happened when you didn't find the dog?
I just kept circling the neighborhood, driving around. I came home and called the ACO in the police department to let them know that two dogs were on the loose. And then I went back out in the car to keep searching. So it was, I don't know if it was maybe a half hour, 45 minutes that they were out when the incident happened.
I noticed, yeah, sure.
How far do you live from where the incident?
About a half mile.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
But you didn't hear anything? Did you have your
No.
car windows open?
Well, I might have been in the house at the time they were actually attacking. So I didn't hear anything.
I noticed that on the order to get the new fence work done, it wasn't signed till October 3rd. That seems like a long time since the incident happened on September 11th.
It's very hard to get fencing people this time of the year. Everybody that needs a fence wants it done before November because the ground is so hard. So we called a couple of companies. One came out and looked, said he'd send an estimate. We never heard back from him. Another we called, they never came out. So it was kind of just going down the list of fence people. But we ended up going with the original fence company that put in post and rail in the front of our house. The rest is the utility wire, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very secure fence.
No, the utility wires, it is old. And so All Around Fence Company is the guy that came out and measured everything and put in the estimate and we've put a down payment, and he's going to start in about a week.
So that's like a whole month after the incident. And what have you done in between to try to make it more secure?
Well, we basket muzzle the two offending dogs.
Which means they always have a muzzle on when they're outside?
Just for, they're in and out, but yes, when they're outside, just in case. The whole back of the fence has been repaired because Pastor Reverend Steve came out to help with the fence, and new wire was purchased, so part of the back fence is new. And the actual place where they escaped has been done over.
You indicated that the dogs go in and out, so you have a dog door on your back door?
No,
Okay.
in
All
good
right, so
weather.
you have to let them out?
Yeah, I leave the door open if it's good weather, and the bugs aren't.
So therefore, the dogs can go in and out in the good weather at their leisure?
They can.
And Mr. Chair, that was going to be my question in regards to muzzling them when they're outdoors. If they have independent access to the outdoors, then I don't understand the concept of muzzling them when they're out, if they're going in and out.
They may.
Are they muzzled 100% would be my question, because otherwise they might go outside unmuzzled.
Well, when they come back in and they just settle down, I'll take the muzzle off. I don't like to keep the muzzle on for too long. They don't stay out that long. When they go out, it just depends. On a summer day, a couple of them we had dog beds outside, and some of them would lay there for hours.
But you're right, they can be
But if the
outside.
door is left open, could they go outside if you're in a different part of the house?
If we're there, yeah. We'd never, ever leave the house and with the dogs having access to go outside. We're always there if that door is open.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily help.
I guess we're just confused about the fact if they need to be muzzled when they're outside. If there's an opportunity for them to go outside without a homeowner realizing it, even if it's just for a short amount of time. If you're in a different part of the house and the door's left open, they could potentially choose to go out and not have their muzzle put on. Is that a possible scenario?
It's possible. The only reason the muzzle came up even was that it was thought to be a good idea in light of everything. that those 2 offending dogs would have the muzzles. So the muzzles are right by the door, and when the dog comes up to the door, we know he wants to go out, or she, Janice, and we'll put the muzzles, the basket muzzles on. The other dogs, we don't.
But all the dogs have the same propensity.
Yes.
So they all would attack something small if they got out.
If they get out, they do not attack people or children. They do
Unless
not.
they're holding a dog.
Oh, yes, and then it becomes you're part of the prey now, or in the way, so to speak. So they'll just bite at it, really trying to get to the small animal. Not all greyhounds are as keen, they call it, as others. The keenness has to do with each dog, so some will just be more prey drive than others. I have a dog that won't go after anything, and she's a greyhound, so they don't all follow the same rule. But basically, greyhounds have an instinct with a prey drive, something small, moving, they're off to get it.
Are all 6 dogs personal pets? It sounds like you rescue them. Do you rescue and rehabilitate, or are they all just your pets?
Well,
and they
3 I
stay?
purchased for fun amateur racing, and 2 are AKC, which is a little different than the National Greyhound Association dogs. The AKC are the show dogs. These 2 are not quite up to competition, so they're just pets. And Janice was fostered by somebody who couldn't keep her anymore, so I fostered her and kept her.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you called the animal control officer. Have you called the animal control officer before?
No.
Okay.
I know her from when I'm retired now from Pepperell Veterinary Hospital, but she would come in with dogs to Pepperell Vet, so we all knew her.
Any further questions for?
No.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Spaghetti?
Thanks.
I'd like to hear from Guinevere one more time, if I may. Thank you. You said you have children. How old are your children?
11 and 13.
About what size are they? How tall?
Just slightly smaller. They're right over here. They're right in the back here.
Ah, okay.
They're slightly shorter than me, a little bit. Almost as tall.
And they've walked Daisy before?
Many, many times with me.
Okay. In the witness, Catherine's testimony, she said, and I'm going to ask you, so when the greyhounds first initiated the attack, not when you saw them, but when they first attacked, was Daisy on the ground, or were you holding her already?
Well, I was actually cleaning up, and I was standing up, and I saw the dogs coming down the street, looking at us. And my first thought was to pick up Daisy, and then Catherine said it. She goes, and because we both saw the dogs coming, and then it happened in a flash.
Right, but when they first made contact with you or your dog, were you holding Daisy, or was Daisy on a leash on the ground?
Boy, that's a good question. I guess I was holding Daisy.
Okay.
Are you but you sound unsure.
Well, it
happened so fast.
It all happened like a crash.
Yeah.
And the last thing I remember is bending down to pick up Daisy, and then it just all happened, and I don't know, it's just like it happened really fast.
So at the very least, would it be fair to say that you were in the motion, if not fully picked up, you were in the motion?
I was,
picking up
yes,
Daisy? Okay.
yes, definitely.
If it wasn't you, and it was one of your children, which you say often asked Daisy, what do you believe? Would they have been able to get Daisy away from the dogs?
Yes. Yes. Well, no, they wouldn't have been able to get Daisy away from the dogs at all. No, they would have been overcome by the dogs.
Okay.
But they would have tried.
Sure. If you or your friend, if people didn't intercede, which some witnesses did near the end, do you think you or your friend would have gotten Daisy safely away from the dogs? Or would it
No.
have required the additional people who eventually?
It required additional people.
Okay.
Because I couldn't get away. I couldn't. And Catherine couldn't get them away either. She didn't know, she didn't know what to do, and she was trying, and when she would get one, the other one would still attack, and then she'd try to get the other. And it was just like a vicious circle. We could not get them away.
That's all the questions I have. If anybody has any questions for.
I have just, when you walk by their home, do you normally see the dogs? Let me rephrase that question. Do you normally walk by in the area that you were walking on September the 11th?
Well, I have not walked since.
Okay, but prior to, have you made that walk in that area before?
Almost every day for the past, I don't know how many years.
And what normally happens when you walk by their house? Do you see the dogs when you walk by their house?
I don't normally, I usually go down Hemlock. I don't normally go by where,
She doesn't have to pass their house.
no.
To walk where she was walking.
The site of the incident was removed from where they both live,
Okay.
on
Yep.
Woodland, right? Because it
I
happened
understand.
on Hemlock.
Yeah, all right, so say the question again?
Well, the site of the attack.
Yes, the site of the attack.
Was not near either home.
No, it wasn't.
Do you
It
normally?
was it was in Hemlock. It
Right.
wasn't in our,
Yep.
yeah.
Do you walk by their home though? In general, do you ever walk by their house?
Well, a long time ago I used to, but I haven't much in recently.
Okay. Do your kids bike ride in the area of their house?
Yes, they bike ride and they ride their scooters and they walk and stuff like that. But now our life has changed.
Yeah. I think that what I want to understand is, and I think probably your kids will be the ones who know this, but when they ride their bikes by the house, what normally happens? Do they normally see a bunch of dogs barking?
Yeah.
Do they not even know that the dogs were there? I think
No,
that's what
I mean-
and maybe this is a question for
They
Tom.
don't ride their bikes.
You,
Typically, we like them to ride their bikes in an area that we can see them, if we're inside the house and we're looking at the front,
Okay.
or if we're outside. So they don't typically will get that far down to the left. So we're here, the owners are over here. If Gwynnie walks to Hemlock, she's just going this way.
okay.
And she used to walk that way, but there were other dogs and other things that she decided to walk down Hemlock
Okay.
in the past. So the kids wouldn't even go that far with the bikes or the scooters because they're out of our view at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to make some comments. Earlier tonight, unrelated to this, I gave my condolences to the police chief for former Lunenburg police officer, Pat Barney, passed away. And the connection there is that he was the first responder to the Connor Lawrence dog incident, where a 7-year-old in Lunenburg was killed in a dog attack. And so I sit here with the gravity of that situation. I know that tormented Officer Barney, I believe. And the conversation was completely unrelated to this, but it's just something a couple hours ago that was on my mind. And so I think I sit here knowing so many people who love their dogs and are good dog owners, and then the living in fear of anything, and the combination of those two things. So I think we all are in a situation where there's a lot of empathy, and everyone in here seems like really involved in the good outcome for everybody. I mean, I don't sense any tension or negativity, just a lot of fear and sadness and love for the animals. And so I'm just going to say, because we can ask questions for hours and days and weeks, that what I feel is that I really want to get input from our animal control officer, because I don't have animal control experience. I don't have a lot of dog experience. I can't imagine what it feels like to be attacked by a dog and to worry about my own animal. And so there's a lot of questions and emotions, but I think I really want to stick with the facts. The one thing I'll say from everything I gathered is that I feel like the fence was inadequate from just visually for the amount of potential harm that these dogs could cause small animals. The fence seemed really sort of worn and low and insecure. So that would be one thing that I would feel that if the dogs are kept, quality fencing would have to be a must. But I don't feel like I can really have enough experience to make this decision without really valuing the input from our animal control officer, who both was involved in the incident and then has years and years of experience. So I think it would be a good time to gather information from you.
First of all, I don't want anyone to think that anyone thinks that Liz isn't a good animal person. She's probably one of the best there is. She had no idea the dogs were going to get out. They got out, but it happens. When I issued the first kennel license there, I've never had complaints. She has called me to answer your question. She probably forgot. But every time her dogs have gotten out, first call she makes is to me.
How many times has
Probably
that
4 or 5 over the years. But she always calls me to tell me they're loose, and she also calls the police department. So we all look for the dogs. And they've never gotten in any trouble. But this time, and, Liz also said to me that Gwen's husband has helped her with the dogs, and he has. But like I'll repeat myself, he had no idea what they were capable of. And they're dogs. We're talking about people, and we're talking about dogs, and no one loves dogs more than me. I've had some myself that I've had to make some decisions on. Some of the strays I've had to make decisions on, which is hard. But Liz and I've been talking to both parties right along, making sure everybody's okay. And they loved each other as people. And they live very close to one another. And when I gave the original kennel license, she got a couple more dogs, and I went down and everything was fine. Not the fence that I would put up, but it was adequate, and it was new. But over the years, it's gotten worn, and when I went down this time for this incident, Officer Monroe and I said, this fence is bad. And her husband was already out there with the pastor fixing it, where the dogs got out. But then I saw Gwen and all her injuries, and they're just neighbors that want to live their life there. And when she said to me, I don't think we can stay here for 10 years with our kids and be safe. So I've been trying to, Lieutenant said, you're going to have to come up with something, and I'm there, I know, but it's very difficult.
Let me ask you a question. In your experience as an animal control officer, what is the threat or likelihood of recidivism? Are the dogs more likely, having been in a fight like this, to do this again?
All I can say,
Would get out?
all I can say is it wasn't done at their residence. But usually in my experience in 44 years, if a dog goes after someone's dog, like a neighbor's dog, they get loose again, they always go right back to where they were. It wasn't at their home, it was on Hemlock. But if the kids are walking the dog, or, I'm just not comfortable. And Liz told me that she spoke to the people where she gets her dogs from, the rescue. And it's probably harsh on my part, but, she's got 6 there. And the other 4 are safe right now because they aren't in any trouble. But the lady told us she would take them back, the 2 of them. So these people can live in peace. And it's going to break Liz's heart, and I know that. But she's got the other 4. And this lady, she said she would take them back, and they'll be safe. So rather than...
Where is...
In New Hampshire. The only thing by law I have to do is call the animal control officer up there and tell him what happened, and tell him that this lady is going to take them back. But she does that for a living, so I'm sure, she's adequately fenced and everything. And they're willing to put up new fence, you know, to keep the dogs in, so
And what kind of facility does the woman have? Is she a professional? Does she?
yes, she
breeder?
does, and she, you could ask Liz, but I think what she does is adopts them out, but she'll always take them back.
Uh-huh.
Like when I adopt a stray, I always tell them, bring them back if you can't handle it, you know? So she did say she would take them, rather than you talk euthanasia, which is on the table too, you know, I don't want to see that. But I'm not making the decisions here, so.
No, but you said you had a recommendation that Mrs. Luck was wanting to hear, and now at this point in time, I'm wanting.
Well, my recommendation would be, so that they can live in peace in their home, that Liz would give up the two of them and send them back to the girl that she got them from. And she would still be able to see them, and because I just don't think this is gonna be peaceful for these people. And I don't want anyone to think that anyone's attacking Liz and her husband's capability or how they love dogs, or how they take care of them. No one's doing that.
Right.
I've known her forever. There's nobody better. And like I said, when those dogs got out at all, and any time, she always called me to tell me that they were on the loose. And she'd always catch them. Or the neighbors would help her catch them.
When you evaluate the situation too, knowing that Woodland, Hemlock are dense neighborhoods, does that make it more complicated in my mind to have large quantities of animals? These are small lots, et cetera.
Well, it's never been a problem.
Okay.
Because she does take care. I mean, she didn't know there was a hole in the fence, that they got the hole made in the fence. I mean, when she looked out, one dog was on the other side, so she went out.
And would your recommendation be if the 2 were sent back and the 4 are kept, that we still require this new fence to be
Oh,
installed for the
yeah,
4th?
she definitely needs a new fence. Definitely.
Anybody have any questions, more questions for the animal control officer?
I do.
Okay.
What are the requirements for giving someone a kennel license? When I look at that fence, it seems to me that they shouldn't have a kennel license.
But that's only happened recently. That fence was pretty new and.
But the dogs have gotten out 4 or 5 times.
Well, I don't know if they get out of the fence. They probably got out the door. I mean, I never knew they got out of the fence. Their front doors, you know, when I knocked on the door, Liz was in the house and she didn't hear me. And I opened the the combination door, to knock on the door, and the door flew open. The dogs came running. They didn't get out because I put my leg up, you know, but I don't think they got out of the fence. I don't think the fence ever broke till now.
But what are the requirements for having a kennel license?
What are the requirements?
Yeah.
That they.
You know, when you give someone a kennel license, what do they have to say?
That they're kept there, and that they're, you know, fed and watered, and they're in good shape, and that they're kept contained.
How long is the license good for? Is there like?
Every year.
Okay. And when, upon renewal, is there ever inspections?
I was down there in April of last year. The fence didn't look like that. So we had the rough winter. I don't know.
So for anyone who has a kennel license, you inspect the property once a year?
Once a year. Before they can buy their license, I have to go there. And there's never been a problem there. And I mean, the other couple can tell you that too. It's just, you know, now that this has happened, what do you do?
You have any further questions?
No.
And I also said that I want that fence, whatever he puts in, I told her she has to talk to him about bending it in on the top. It has to,
okay.
6 foot and bent in so they can't go over. And she doesn't think they'll ever jump it, but I don't agree with that. I think they can jump it very easily.
Well, the fence that was provided to us said 5 feet, which didn't seem
Well,
very
I talked to her the other day and I said to talk to him about a 6 foot, because I think a 6 foot is more adequate. And bent on the top,
With an
that-
extension.
so they can't jump
The
over.
fate of the dogs is what we have a question about. I don't know, unless we allow her to keep the dogs, that fence is not within our jurisdiction.
Well, to me, she's going to have 4 dogs.
That's part of the recommendation of the ACO, is that, yeah.
You know, it's not like she's getting, if she doesn't keep those 2 dogs, she's still got 4 more of that same kind.
The fence right now is not.
Right, but I just want to be clear
It's
about what the
fixed, but
scope of this is. This is a dangerous dog hearing. This is not a dog kennel requirement hearing.
Well, the outcomes often can involve solutions.
Yes, but what we have, I'm talking about authority, I'm not talking about recommendation. We can recommend and suggest, I believe, anything we want. I'm talking about what we have authority to do.
Well, what does the animal control officer have?
Well, my
to
authority
do?
is, I've already told us the
Okay.
fence has to be changed.
Okay, good, so then that's done, so that,
And so we're.
And she's been in the process of doing that,
And you're recommending a 6-foot, not a 5-foot.
yes. With the bent top,
So will they have to do that then, to keep their kennel license?
yes.
Will they have to follow your recommendation?
I won't be able to reissue it. I won't be able to reissue it
Okay,
in April.
okay.
that answers my question, thank you.
Does anybody on the board have any further questions for any witness?
I guess my thought, it may be more of a thought or a comment than a question, but it's a situation where these dogs always will want to go after small dogs, and so I do feel like there's a responsibility here to create a responsive and protective outcome
Right.
for everyone involved, because we can't change what the dog's
Right.
inner nature is, and it doesn't make it a bad animal, it makes it a bad situation or bad.
And they're not aggressive to people at all.
Okay.
They were after the dog, that's why Gwen got bit, like she did protecting her dog.
Yeah.
But I can understand how she feels, because I've been bit, I know, it's not pleasant. And she has to be able to live in her home with her kids.
And
Safely.
walk her dog. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation. You
It
can tell
is,
there
for
are all
everybody.
good people involved.
For everybody it is.
Does anybody have any further questions for any witness?
No.
And I will say that
Mr. Chairman, may I make a statement?
sure, were you sworn in at the beginning?
I'm not offering testimony.
Okay, I'll allow it. If you,
Jeremy Cohen, Boston Dog Lawyers, representing the Goulettis. There's not a lot of information here tonight about what a greyhound is, and there's questions about that. And honestly, had the board not held this hearing on the night of the highest Jewish holiday, our behaviorist would be here to tell you about that. But I'm here on the night of the highest Jewish holiday because I've met them, I've gone to their house. This is a horrible situation. I'd be furious. They have the right amount of fury, but not the right amount of information. The reason there's remedies here under the law, under 140, 157, is to give the remedies a chance. So if they're deemed, well, I think they're dangerous dogs according to the definition. Well, that's reasonable to assume that they're dangerous dogs under the mass law. But here, they weren't bred to attack. If you want to move away 2 greyhounds because they went after a little dog, that is not the answer. And I appreciate the statement you made before, because what are you going to do about the other 4? They all have the same drive. This fence was a major error. Just 3 weeks prior, Liz was responsible enough to babysit their dog. So we're talking about one mistake in 22 years. We're also talking about folks who, while everybody's mind can change, on September 14th, they said, if you can guarantee, Liz, that they won't get out with a fence and a muzzle, we feel safe with that. So in 22 years, since she started with greyhounds, the dogs get out and attack one time. If you compel her to have training, because I'll tell you from the testimony, she said she's not, that has to be flipped. These dogs, she defers to the dogs. When you want to go outside, go outside. That is not how you handle dogs. Those dogs should be deferring to her, and there's people out there who can train her to do that. They have to look to her for guidance instead of having this kind of free will. But that's the great thing. The knowledge we have now can make dog owners today better tomorrow. And between the muzzling, the fencing, which is obviously the most important thing, ongoing training, whatever else we can think of, although I don't think there's many other remedies besides that, except euthanasia, I think you have to give these remedies a chance. Because here, we can talk about the what-ifs, but let's talk about this what-if. If she had been walking, if Mr. Terhune had been walking a golden retriever, we wouldn't be here. it's a big dog, little dog, this thing looks like a rabbit, and this is what my instinct is. So they have to work their instincts out in her fenced-in yard. That fence is, it's, how it took this long, I'm not sure, having a fence like that up. How this ever was approved previously, I'm not sure. I've never seen a fence like this. So, but I've also I've met equal, but I haven't met more people, more responsible people than they are. I mean, they right away, they didn't have to ask what's your insurance, pay for this, pay for that. They're right on it. She's right away looking for her dogs. She's devastated. They were friends. Right away, the Reverend shows up and they're repairing the fence. So these people don't need a kick. They just need guidance. They don't need a kick in the backside. They just need some guidance. And we can all be better tomorrow than we are today. And that's what, again, why there's muzzles, fences, behaviorists, and trainers. Short of that, my concern is if you're banning these two dogs, just ban all the greyhounds, because there's no way, unless everybody has a solid fence, there's no way to say that these greyhounds will stop chasing rabbits or squirrels or lose that instinct. Someone said they were trained to do this. They weren't trained to do this. They were born to do this. But there's ways to engage them so that they can release that energy at home instead of by escaping. So thank you. Thank you for hearing me and for giving everybody a fair chance to speak.
I'd like to respond, please. He said something that I said that I did not say, so.
One last comment, go ahead.
So can you just read what?
No, please talk to the Board of Selectmen, do not address anybody in the audience.
Something that I said about agreeing, saying, okay, if your mother's the dogs, that's fine. Can you read what can you?
Please talk to the board, not to the audience.
Can I ask him to show me where he got that from and read it to me? Because I know where he got it from. So if he can he read exactly what I said and show me where I said, okay, if you're going to mother the dogs, we agree with that, that's okay.
I don't know if that's relevant, Mr. Chair. I mean, they have a clear request in front of us for euthanasia, which I think that is what we should consider.
I just want to correct the wrong.
Yeah.
That he's saying something that I did not agree to.
Okay, I'm going to stop the testimony part and go to the deliberation part. I think we've heard from everybody that the board has wanted to, so I will open it up to deliberation. And before anybody makes a motion, I want everybody to speak at least somewhat about what they feel, comments, suggestions, etc., before we get to any determination.
All right.
Do you want to just go down the line?
Sure. So I have a couple thoughts. So, I mean, I think the idea that if only they had a golden retriever, this wouldn't have happened is just outrageous. I mean, that's such an outrageous statement that you should not have a small dog. How dare you have a small dog? That's just ridiculous. But what really, I think that there's no question here tonight that Gwen, that Todd, that Elizabeth, her husband, are decent people. And I don't think that we're here to even discuss whether or not they are decent people. I will concede that you all are very decent people. The way that this has been handled, with the fact that there's been willingness to pay for bills, that is all very respectable, that this isn't a tense moment between them. So first, I think that that's a good thing. I do think that these two dogs that got, looking at these pictures of the fence, I mean, I want to make an analogy here for the rest of the board, and that's a little extreme, but I'm still going to make it. If I had a weapon at my house, right, that was loaded, and just sitting at my house, no one had to come by and sit it, on that day that some kid picks it up and shoots another kid, 100% of the time before that moment, I was a respectable, excellent, wonderful human being. It does not excuse that on one day, at one moment, something awful happened. It doesn't mean that it was intentional. It's pretty clear that it wasn't. But as a gun owner, I have the responsibility to have positive control of my weapons. As a dog owner, knowing that your dog is going to go after small dogs, you have a responsibility to have positive control of that dog at all times. And when that moment happens, and it's clear that these dogs have gotten out more than once. I mean, this fence This fence is a loaded gun. It's saying to everyone who walks by with a small dog that's not a golden retriever that there is potential danger here. And it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that somehow in some situation, something significant was neglected. This never should have happened. It could have entirely been avoided if this work order that was submitted to us happened before the September the 11th. But it didn't. Now we're all the wiser. I think that the dog clearly on the first part has to be found to be a disturbance to the neighborhood, because it clearly is. I think there's photos of Gwen here with her face bitten, permanent scars. I mean, it reminds me of being a kid, and I walked from the Turkey Hill Middle School home, and there was one house on Northfield Road, then they had two small, tiny little dogs, and they had an electronic fence that they never turned on. And every single day I walked home, for the most part, for 4 years from middle school, I got chased by two dogs. Luckily, they were small, and I was like this height back then, so it wasn't such a big deal. But I understand that it's a memory that I still have sitting here today, that you are clearly traumatized, that the inability to remember important details from the event is a sign of trauma. That's going to be with her. That's something that she now has to overcome in her life and work on, because of negligence of not having positive control. I don't support euthanasia, but I support banishment. I think these dogs need to be banned from the boundaries of our town.
Mrs. Adams.
Okay, I think we've talked more recently a lot about the dogs, especially with the second to last speaker. But I think I'd go back to the fact that it was a severe attack. There was a highly injured dog, injured owner who had a second adult with her that was available to help, along with other people who were available to respond. So all things considered, I think it's great that the dog survived. But the incident itself, I feel, is definitely worthy of a consequence. And I would support the recommendations of the animal control officer. And I would support a motion along those lines.
Mr. McQuaid.
So for the first part, I would definitely find that the dogs were dangerous. I don't think there's a question there. As far as the options, as far as addressing that, I definitely would not be in favor of euthanizing the dogs. I personally, myself, I feel if a adequate fence were installed, that would be good enough for me. But I mean, look, the pictures of the one we saw, I don't see how that was adequate from day one, especially for those dogs. But if a real proper fence, 6 feet high with a bent top, like the animal control officer was talking about, were actually there, I think that's safe enough. I mean, there's obviously 4 more dogs there. They need to be contained. But if the rest of the board wants to support banishment, I can get behind that. But for me, proper restraint of the dogs would be adequate.
Mrs. Luck.
I concur with Mr. Jeffries and Ms. Adams. If I were the women that were attacked, I could not, the nightmare of that, knowing the dogs were still in the neighborhood, and knowing I had 2 small children who wanted to walk the dog, I don't think I could live with that. I think I'd have to move if those dogs were allowed to stay. I really think I would. So for me, banishment is the kindest thing we can do for everyone. I totally support the animal control officer's recommendation. And certainly, especially about the fence for the remaining dogs. I mean, the fact that these people don't want all 6 of them gone, I think is gracious of them, frankly. I mean, no offense against the owners of the dogs. I had dogs. I love dogs. But unfortunately, this tragedy occurred. And we know in our town that children can die from dog attacks.
I'll echo a lot of what Mr. Jeffries said, that there's no doubt. What's not at issue here, what is not at issue here is the owners of either of the dogs. This is not about whether they're good or bad people or not. There's no indication that they acted irresponsibly at any time. This hearing is called because of the actions of one of the dogs on the owner and dog of the other. And that is what it is, limited to. I've heard I applaud people coming forward, speaking on behalf of the Greyhound owners, and I appreciate that, I understand that, but that's, I don't think anybody in here thinks they did it with the intent to have harm done. So while I appreciate it, I don't think it's really not very relevant to the case. The case is about the dogs, and I would also echo Mr. Jeffrey's comment that you shouldn't be penalized because you decide to have a small dog, that if it was a bigger dog, it wouldn't have happened. I don't think that's really the avenue I would want to go down. I think clearly by the statute, it's a dangerous dog, and I would urge that we find that. What we do in that case, and the town manager has shown me the statute, if we deem the dog to be a dangerous dog, and from what I hear, everybody here agrees to that, and we'll see when we vote. But banishment, if you deem a dog dangerous, banishment is not an option. So either you can euthanize or you have to keep the dog at the owner's house with all kinds of restrictions that we can impose, but we cannot banish the dog even though somebody would want to take it if we deem it dangerous, which I think clearly it is. So that option, I think, comes off the table.
Why can't we do that?
Because the state law says we can't?
I think that's unfortunate, because,
we can take it up with our representatives, but the state law is the state law.
So I suppose the state is saying if the dog's dangerous, you can't just move him to he's not.
Well, and that was my concern when I asked the animal control officer, when they said that somebody else would take it. I wanted to know what kind of environment that was. Was it a pure breeding dog? Was it a residential area? Because the last thing I think the state wants you to do is take a dangerous animal and put it into another place, saying, okay, we're done, and it's just somebody else's problem. So I think that is at issue. But it does say this is right out of Mass General Law, Section 157. After it goes over a bunch of options that can be done, it says, no order shall be issued directing that a dog deemed dangerous shall be removed from the town or city in which the owner of the dog resides. No city or town shall regulate dogs in a manner which is specific to breed. So those are the two things you can't do. You can't make decisions on breed, which we're not looking to do, but you can't say the dog's dangerous and then say we're going to relocate it somewhere else. So I think, first of all, let's take step one first.
Can I say something first, though? The dogs, that person that does the training and all.
You have to be.
Well, we can't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't say in the state. It doesn't say in Massachusetts. It says you can't do it. So the fact that it resides out of state, I don't think is.
But you know what? You have to come to the microphone because
Yeah.
people at home can't hear you.
Is that a new law, Heather?
No.
No.
No order shall be issued directing that a dog deemed dangerous shall be removed from the town or city in which the owner of the dog resides. So we are restricted by that. We can't move the dog out of Lunenburg if we say the dog's dangerous. They don't say where it goes. They don't make stipulations about where it goes. We cannot banish it out of Lunenburg.
Can we issue, since we're restricted here, right? Can we issue a determination that it's a dangerous dog? Can we then issue a decision order to euthanize 2 dogs, but have that effective in 48 hours to give the owners the opportunity to choose to self-relocate those dogs? So in other words, if we issue an order of euthanization, can the owner, before that order is effective, relocate the dogs out of the town?
I feel like they'd be in violation of our.
Well, it says we can't direct them to be left. I mean, so now you're asking something for.
That must have changed
For
because.
a lawyer that I am not able to answer.
Do you know that?
Well, I don't think we should ask the defendant's lawyer the question, but thank you.
Over the years.
You need to watch a lot more law shows.
The only thing we had to do was notify the town they were going to, that a dog was being removed, and that's what we always had
I'm
to do.
just reading right from the statute. So your point
I'm saying it must have
avoids
changed, and I
that,
was unaware.
and I don't know if that's allowed. Potentially it is. I don't know. Let's get to step one first.
Okay.
I would entertain a motion that we make a finding in this case, And that finding is either that the dog is a nuisance because of one of the 3 items there, or that it's not a nuisance.
So what
Now,
are the
but what I'm
nuisance
reading,
items?
Mr. Chair, if
It's-
we find it a nuisance, it does say the range of options if the finding, if there is a finding, restraint, banishment, or euthanasia. It's
Yes,
in the
but that,
dog
this
care
is a
procedure.
summary of Chapter 157, but the town manager has pointed out the actual wording. We don't go over every single option. We could print the whole of Chapter 157, I guess, which may be useful.
But what's in our Google Docs here where it lists banishment as option
Yes.
2?
I'm saying that document is a summary that doesn't contemplate every single permutation. You could find that the dog is a nuisance because it barks excessively, and then you can banish it. You just can't say that the dog is dangerous, has a vicious disposition, and banish it.
So
So
is it-
those two are not compatible.
My understanding from reading here that we could say that the dog is a nuisance based on A, it has a vicious disposition, and therefore we can use what they list here as option 2 as banishment. I think it's a
No,
nuance.
that's what I'm saying isn't allowed by the This is a summary of the statute. Somebody did a summary of this procedure for us, but the statute doesn't allow that.
So we
This
have
is
a bad summary.
This is a dangerous dog hearing, not a nuisance dog hearing. This is just labeled dog hearing.
Mr. Chair.
There's different
Yes.
aspects.
Is it possible to delay making a finding at this meeting and give the owner an opportunity right now to come up and let us know that they're going to be relocating these dogs, so that next week, if we decide to euthanize them, that becomes a moot point?
Can we continue this hearing?
Yes, I think you can.
Do we want to pause and give them that opportunity before we make a finding?
Well, we
'Cause it
can make
sounds
a
like-
finding, we can not choose an option. We can make a finding, first of all. The finding is the second to last thing, and then we determine an option. We can delay the option, I guess, if you want to investigate your suggestion or proposal, but we can certainly make a I don't think anybody on this board is not willing to make a finding. That doesn't commit us to anything. The option is what commits us to the solution.
Okay. I move that we find that the dog is dangerous.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now, is it your recommendation, or is it your motion that you would like to extend this hearing?
I'd like to extend this hearing to next week. Actually, I have a conflict with next week. So I guess I can extend this hearing to next week.
Well, you can, but
Well, I can
four of us here.
make the motion to it. I would like to, is it possible, Mr. Chair, for us to just pause and ask the owner if she's interested in relocating
I don't think we can.
this dog?
Well, it's a,
Absolutely not.
we can extend the hearing.
Certainly.
We don't have to ask anybody anything. We can extend it. If you want to say, can we allow it? Can we do what you said? If you would.
Given that we've made a decision of a dangerous dog determination, our option is to euthanize. That is our one option.
No, that's not true.
Or
We can restrain.
Or we can restrain.
Restrain with a whole bunch of conditions.
The law, please.
Right.
We're looking at it.
No, you
So-
don't have the right copy.
So so our option,
You don't have a
Please,
current
you need
copy
to-
of
please.
the law. How can
Yes.
you do this without a current copy of the law?
We have access to the copy of the law.
So read it.
so our options here are restraint, which I'm not going to vote in favor of, and then the other option is
No,
euthanization.
it isn't.
Well,
Can we,
There's seven
can we
options.
actually-
Please, please,
There's seven
please.
options. He's not accurate.
I understand. We can pause, because this is, we all understand the gravity of this situation.
Yep.
And we can make a determination of an option next week, and we can all do, and if we would send the link to everybody, so they can read in its fullest the law and the options we have in front of us, then we can make a determination. I don't want to make a rash determination tonight, because again, there's a lot of things at stake. I'd rather not, if we have options that don't euthanize dogs if we don't have to, but I also have the safety of our residents. So I don't want to rush to anything until we have all read Chapter 157 and all of its options.
And Mr. Chair, for the record, I wanted to say I did not say aye to the dangerous dog, which I would guess would put me down, and I did not say nay as withholding, because I don't completely understand how we maybe don't have the pathway to having deemed the dog a nuisance. So I just wanted to state for the record, I did not say aye or nay.
Well, that's abstain, so it's 4-0
Zero.
and one
All right.
abstention. Okay.
Statement is I'd like for the owners to hear what we're suggesting here and giving them the opportunity to choose to relocate their dog to another.
I don't think we can do
Yeah,
that.
I'm not offering anything to the owners, okay? Well, do you want to continue this hearing, or do you not want to continue this
I
hearing?
move to continue this hearing till next week.
Okay. So let's put it, do we have a agenda for next week?
Do we have to second that motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we will have to second, but we need a time certain. So next week at what time?
Hold on. We have
Let's
a
look at what we have on the
hearing.
agenda, because we may have another hearing.
We do. We have the Butterfly Lane hearing.
All right, so
So,
how much time do we need for that?
15, 20 minutes.
So 7:30? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So we'll continue this here. We have 7:30 available.
So the motion then is to continue this hearing until 7:30 on the 15th of October.
We sort of closed deliberation. I don't know if we can continue the hearing. We've already deemed it dangerous. Would we maybe be continuing our deliberation of
That's
the
part
outcome?
of the hearing. Yeah, this is all part of the hearing.
I'd second the motion.
Any further discussion?
I feel like we closed the hearing and said we're all done taking testimony.
Close
And so
the
I-
testimony, yeah.
I don't understand how we can continue taking testimony when there was already a 4-0 vote to deem it dangerous. I think the point we're at is that we need to, what we're suggesting, I think, is to continue so that we define the outcome. I don't think there's a hearing component left based on what we've
The
got.
whole thing from start to finish is the public hearing. So it has to be continued.
Once you close deliberation, the public hearing portion is usually over, I thought, and then we're deliberating, and so we'd continue our deliberations, but not via a public hearing if we've closed deliberations.
Is there any problem with this?
I don't.
At least that's what
see-
I feel like. I feel like we've already deemed it dangerous, so how could we continue a public hearing?
Well, I think that we don't have to necessarily make a decision tonight. And since the whole process is considered a hearing, that it's the process that we are postponing till next week. That we've already gotten halfway through it, but I think that a week will give opportunity to everyone involved to come up with good solutions that are favorable for everyone involved.
See, and I don't think we can suggest that they do something with their dogs while it's pending an outcome. We can't,
Well,
if
we
somebody
can't
sneaks an
suggest.
outcome for their dog, then I'm just not comfortable. I don't understand.
I don't think we can suggest, but I think when we walked in here tonight, we didn't have a dangerous dog
But
determination.
saying try
on what we
to, get the dogs over state lines or something, I think is way out of
We're
line.
not doing that. We're continuing the hearing, and I think if we continue the hearing, even if it's not necessary to have continued it, that we could close the public hearing and wait for our determination next week. We're erring on the side of caution of keeping the public hearing open. So I don't see what the problem with that is.
So we'll all have time to read the law.
Right. So that was made and seconded?
Yes.
All those in favor of continuing the hearing till October 15th at 7:30 PM, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm just going to withhold a vote because I feel like we're.
Abstain.
jumbled here.
Okay. Okay, so at 7:30 next week, we will have time to have read this, and then we can come to a final determination after the finding.
Mr. Chairman, can you confirm if you've closed testimony, though? Have you closed testimony, or are you taking new testimony?
We have closed testimony.
Okay,
Yep.
just so,
Yep. Okay. I want to thank everybody for supplying testimony and providing witnesses. Interviews for the vote for 3 citizens-at-large positions for the TC Passios Building Design Committee. We have 2 interviews. We had 3 last week. We have 2 this week. Mr. Walker.
join you, Mr. Alonso.
Absolutely. Be our pleasure.
Surprised everybody doesn't want to see.
I know.
Bring your own chair. We already got one.
Before Mr. Walker speaks,
Yeah, give everybody a few minutes so.
I was actually going to ask if you would do that.
Yes, thank you.
can I ask what the charge of the committee is going to be?
Do we have the town meeting warrant?
That's a great question. Thank you.
It's when you how do you judge who you want on it, unless you really understand what they're going to do?
As it was passed. I'm hoping it's on here.
Bring it
that
up.
you have it. Before we start with you, Mr. Walker, we are going to read what the article appropriated for. You want to read it or you want me to read it?
Sure. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the design and engineering to consolidate town offices, school uses, and community space at the building and land known as the TC Passios, located at 1079 Mass Ave, shown on Assessor's Map 60, Lot 55, and any and all incidental and related costs, including but not limited to site evaluation, engineering, and final design services.
So which one is that? You know, on the
Article
warrant?
24.
That was
from the
how
annual
the-
town meeting.
But I mean, in the thing that we have.
No, that's not the
It's
same
one that
thing.
passed
That's a
from the
different
No, it
thing.
already
Oh.
passed.
Yeah, it's not coming up.
Oh, okay.
It passed in the annual town meeting.
So can you read it again?
Kidding me,
You
right?
don't need the assessor's map number.
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the design and engineering to consolidate town offices, school uses, and community space at the building and land known as the TC Passios, located at 1079 Massachusetts Avenue, shown on Assessor's Map 060, Lot 055, and any and all incidental and related costs, including but not limited to site evaluation, engineering, and final design services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And while you're summarizing, may I ask if we repeat the composition, how many people are going to be on it, that, we're interviewing the citizens at large? Is it 5 or 7?
7.
7.
Yep.
And there's going to be how many? 3?
One
3
BOS,
citizens at
3
large.
citizens.
One BOS, one planning, one FinCom, and one school?
Yep. That is correct.
And it's 3 citizens at large?
Yes.
Yes.
Out of the 5 who will have,
It was going to be 2 BOS until I volunteered and they voted to make it 1.
No, because you...
Mr. Walker.
That's not correct.
Good evening. My name's Steve Walker. I live at 227 Pleasant Street. I don't own a dog.
Let's go past that.
I've lived there for 6 years, and for most of that time, I've either been a member of or the chair of the Public Access Cable Committee. I'm a retired video systems engineer, so you may wonder why I would be interested in helping this committee. I'm a stakeholder in TC Passios because that's where a new studio is intended to be. We desperately need that space, so anything I can do to encourage that to come together. We need to set up, by that I mean the engineering within the building, to make the best use of technology for public access, to ensure that with as few resources as possible, we can video record and broadcast meetings. And we can't invest till we get our permanent space. We're ready to do this, we have money, but we can't do it till we have our permanent space. So we need to invest in an environment that enhances our coverage of meetings and workshops. We do the best we can right now. It takes people, we have to move equipment around. This room is well equipped, as you know, with the cameras. So what do I bring? I bring knowledge of public access cable needs, knowledge of how we can improve services to the town administration, and strangely, I have some recent experience in building restoration. For a reason that totally escapes me, I was the property manager at our church for a little over 3 years. We bought 3 buildings. This is actually in Marlborough, where I used to live. We bought a church, a small house, and an adjacent commercial building, which had been left empty and abandoned for 10 years. And my job was to bring them online, make them usable to be a new home in Marlborough, home for the church. We live here. To do that, I had to work with architects, structural engineers, a variety of contractors. I also had to work with city officials such as the building inspector, the Board of Health, code enforcement, and state agencies such as the Elevator Inspection Agency, which is an interesting experience to say the least, as well as getting involved with a lot of utility providers. So the design and engineering of this building, we need to do the best we can to ensure it creates the environment that helps PAC do a better job, and therefore Lunenburg do a better job at getting their word out. And keeping it short, I believe I'd be an asset to the committee. That's as short as I can keep it.
That's excellent. I should have started by saying thank you for staying. I really thought, because of the length of the past hearing, that we would lose one of the 2 applicants, and I thank you both for staying to this hour. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Walker?
I'll start, since I did last time as well. So I think you kind of answered this, but I want to ask the same question of each of the candidates. So are there any uses that you think will be the most important to consider?
Use it for the building?
What, are there any uses that you think will be the most important to consider?
A couple of benefits, well, maybe 3. One is it brings a lot of these different functions together that are presently separated. It is on one floor, so as a delight, you don't have to involve a state elevator inspector to deal with that. And secondly, it co-locates, maybe thirdly, co-locates the public access systems together with the administration where the meeting rooms are and such like. It also has parking, by the way. So.
That's 4 reasons.
Okay, I'll take the last one back.
That's okay. No, you're allowed to have them. Anybody else from the board have any questions for Mr. Walker?
I would just follow up with the same question I followed up with before, is that I think it's important to point out that one of the largest current uses of the school is that, of the former school, is that the school has started using it again for extended day. So I guess not necessarily even a question, but just want everybody to be aware that there's overcrowding in the schools, and we need to consider this space not just for potential relocation of town offices, but for its current use, which is overflow for the school.
Right.
Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy when I say things, but I have 4 kids in the school, and last week my daughter told me that at one of her lunches, kids were sitting on the floor, and she's in the 6th grade, so she goes to the Lunenburg Middle High School, and they were sitting on the floor because they were out of seats. These aren't things I make up, they're just things I hear, and I think my daughter would not have any reason to tell me kids were sitting on the floor if it weren't indeed the truth. We have a lot of students and the schools are overcrowding. I've been a huge advocate that that space should be looked at as a prime location, not necessarily for renovation of the TCP, but for school campus land, either as its current building. So I just my question, when everybody talks about what they see it used as, is more, how do you see it currently interacting with the fact that the school is currently using it?
Oh, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The biggest problem I would see when you get into things like asbestos remediation, it's going to be extremely difficult to do that with many people occupying the building. So that's the kind of thing that needs managing very professionally, very carefully.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Walker? If I were to ask you, how closely have you followed all the building reuse studies of that were done?
We got into it late, which the space we were looking for had not been defined and put in the early studies. I have looked at the 3 that are out there. I like the fact that the studio is in there. Secondly, I like the fact that if it's organized sensibly, meeting rooms can be reasonably close to the studio, or at least connectable via whatever it takes, wires and such like. But I haven't got my mind made up on the rest of it. That's what I hope to learn in this process, to try and keep it balanced so that what's needed for PAC to do a good job is done properly, rather than when we do the building to say, oh, by the way, we need gas in our studio because we have a kitchen that we want to put in there for kitchen shows, and find that that was not part of it.
Okay. We have read the article that passed twice tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any part of that article that is unclear about what the charge of the committee would be?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should I leave or wait for the vote? You're going to vote
That's
tonight.
your determination.
No, I didn't know if you wanted
We
to.
are voting.
I didn't know if you
So
wanted
if you
me
want to be
leave, so-
surprised or deflated at the end, depending how it goes, it's really up to you. Mr. Roy. Also, thank you, sir, for staying at this late hour.
Absolutely.
Especially with a jacket on. I know what it's like.
It's okay. Thank you for staying as well. Your time is valuable. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Greg Roy. I live at 105 Chestnut Street. I have lived in town since 2002. I also have 4 kids in the school system, just to give you a little snapshot of my family. My oldest is 16, she's in the high school. My second is also in the high school. And then I have one at Turkey Hill and one at the primary school. So I've kind of run the gamut as well. Yeah, I'm busy, for sure. I am a professional civil engineer by trade. I've done that for almost 20 years. I've had the privilege of permitting before the local planning board on numerous occasions. I also permit projects, mainly private residential, commercial development projects throughout Central Mass. So I'm at public hearings all the time. This is sort of my MO, standing up in front of a board and giving a presentation. And I really enjoy that part of my job. I have served in really 2 capacities, serving the town of Lunenburg. A number of years ago, I served on the Conservation Commission for almost 2 terms. Most recently, I served as a member, citizen at large, on the Lunenburg Middle High School Building Committee. I came in a little bit late on that, but I was involved through the town meeting vote to fund the project, and I was involved during the construction of that project. So I'll just tell it like it is. I sort of offer my services up at your disposal. I feel I sat in town meeting last April, I guess it was, when the town voted.
Say May.
May, excuse me.
It lasted till June.
We were going really good for the first couple of articles, as I recall. And heard the article as presented. I've followed the discussion, not in a direct manner over the years. I know sort of generally the different viewpoints that there are in town for the building. But I'm really interested in what I feel is a non-biased. I don't really have any preconceived notions of what should, percentages of what should go in there. I'm really interested in exactly what the article said, figuring out how we can best reuse this, pretty decent building in my estimation, because it's currently being used now for potential for town offices, potential for school uses, and potential for just community uses at large. That was a big part of what we tried to do for the middle high school project, was to build in community space for those type of uses. So I think that's important. And I offer my expertise and knowledge in the construction industry. I'm a civil engineer, I'm not an architect, but I deal with those type of, my work interfaces with those, with architects on a regular basis, so I sort of understand how that process works, and I am at your disposal. If you also feel that those are appropriate qualifications, you can consider me at your service. Happy to take any questions.
Well, I always ask the question, I want to ask it to every single candidate.
Yes, sir.
So are there any particular uses that you think would be most important?
So my answer to that, and I have the distinct advantage of going fifth in this process, so I kind of anticipated your question. I think I would say emphatically no. I don't have a personal viewpoint on that matter. I think that the charge of the board is to look at those three primary things: the potential of consolidating town offices, school uses, and community uses. And I'm really interested to see what the professionals think. I'm really interested to see what the what architects that we interview and select think about that, how those uses would interplay with each other. I'm not an architect, so I don't know how collating town offices will necessarily work with school uses yet. I have maybe some thoughts on that, but I'm open for hearing those arguments from professionals, and I think that's the best way I can answer that question for you. I know that we have a need for schools. Like I said, I have 4 kids. I see that need. I also like efficiency. I'm just sort of an efficiency guy. I know that town offices, need some help. I guess I'll just leave it at that. We're in 2 different buildings. We have one building here that's difficult to, accessibility is a challenge. So I'm just interested in sort of working through that process with professionals, hearing stakeholders like people like the local Access Cable Committee, hearing inputs from the schools, hearing inputs from anybody. I just think that's part of the process.
Any questions from the board?
I did a follow-up question to everybody about schools, but I think we've sort of hammered that concept out that
Yep.
I don't really need to ask it or have you repeat what we've already said, so.
Any other questions from?
That's it?
I do not have any questions.
Found you to be very professional in our interactions when I was on the planning board.
Thank you, sir.
So certainly you are very qualified. There's no doubt about that.
Appreciate it. I'm at your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Disposal, I think. All right, so just to review for everybody at home and everybody here, we had Mr. Walker and Mr. Roy here, and last week we had Mr. Mackin, who was present in the audience. We also had Mr. Blatt, and we had Miss Kristen.
Yep.
So those are the 5 candidates. I will open it up. I want to thank everybody for putting their name in the talent bank to be part of this committee. I think it's going to be a very important committee. This property obviously has seen town meeting warrant articles over several years. So the work is definitely under somewhat of a spotlight or microscope, whichever your analogy wants to be. But I do appreciate them stepping forward. So I will open it up for people to offer nominations.
Sure. I would like to nominate Greg Roy for one citizen at large position.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No, great choice, thank you.
I will say that I worked with Mr. Roy on the middle school, high school building committee, and he was a very big asset to that. So I appreciate him stepping forward from his standpoint and his professional skills, so. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. So Mr. Roy,
So before we go on, and I would have voted in favor of Mr. Roy no matter what, but can I understand who's already on the committee? Do we know? I mean.
Mr. McQuaid from this board is on the committee.
Okay. and
Has
you're
the
an
finance committee.
Yes,
You're an
Dave
architect,
Passios.
McQuaid, right?
Yes.
Okay, got that.
Mr. Passios.
Mr. Passios from the finance committee.
Already on the
Is on
committee.
it. From the planning board,
Is Tanner Cole.
to Tanner Cole.
Okay,
And from the school committee,
Brian.
Brian Leighton.
okay.
And thank you for asking that question, because that goes along with my next nomination. We have 5 of the 7 selected so far, and that leaves us the potential of only having 1 woman. So I would nominate Deb Christian as a citizen at large, who, if selected, will be the only woman on the 7-member committee.
Do I have a second?
I can second that.
Yeah. I can appreciate the second, not the reasoning behind the second, or the nomination.
I just think it's awkward to make a panel of 7 men when I tried to be on it and was systematically removed by a vote to not have 2 BOS members and only have 1 after I volunteered to be the second.
Fair enough. I just want the record to show that I couldn't care less whether people who were on this are men or women, but
It's
that's
interesting.
fine.
So regarding that, and I like that very much, when I was going through the process of trying to think, who I wanted on the committee, most importantly to me was people who had, that's why I was glad to hear that Damon was on it, because he's an architect, and why I would have definitely wanted Mr. Roy on it because of his engineering background. These are the people that I think we need to have on the committee. And as much as I like Deb, and she'll probably watch this on television, and I'll hear it later, you guys are used to that, I'm not. But, I just feel like Deb didn't bring all that experience to in her background. What Deb talked about last week a lot was her history with the school, with her own personal history, and the need for, and her love of the town, which is very much understood and appreciated. But she doesn't bring that building experience, the experience that several of the other candidates bring as far as the experience with the middle school and the high school and building committees and reuse committees that the other candidates brought. So I would not be voting in favor of Deb.
With all due respect, Mr. Murphy, saying, somebody has architectural experience or engineering experience, I think is being a little condescending to just people's general experience. I mean, right now I'm rebuilding my own home. I've done a lot of the work myself. I've learned a lot. I'm a highly intelligent person. I've done a lot of research on this topic that dates back. I mean, I've been on it for a few years, but I researched it back to 2013 with the inception of the Building Reuse Committee. I've studied every study. I've studied that's 55,000 square feet, and Fitchburg has a larger population, and they're renovating slightly over 20,000 square feet, so on and so forth. I'm full of data and information, and anybody can learn and be an asset. And so to say just because somebody has simply a love for the town or just seem to care about the building, we don't know her depth of knowledge or wealth of knowledge, and I don't think we should necessarily sit in judgment of, I think it's valuable to have people with degrees, and there's no doubt about that they'll bring a very special perspective, but it doesn't mean that the whole group has to be made up to consist of something that feels like-minded. I think having any type of diversity, whether it's age, background, gender, should be something we should reach towards, and the makeup of this board isn't going in the favor of inclusiveness in terms of saying that just because somebody doesn't have a background, they can't contribute. Wow.
Any other comments from the board about the motion? I will say that my feeling about it, while I understand Mr. Murphy's take on it, and we do have other people qualified, I think Deb brings somebody who has none of that experience, and it would just be a citizen looking at it from a citizen's point of view. So I think there's an interesting perspective of value there, not looking at it necessarily from a professional, design, architect, PAC, school point of view, that I think would be, beneficial to have on the committee.
Thank you for that perspective.
Well, you're welcome. I didn't say it for you, but I just wanted to say I didn't say it against you, I just wanted to show my
I am just thanking
Christian.
you,
Yeah.
Chairman. You can say you're welcome, Katie.
You're welcome, Katie.
Okay, we've been here since 6:15.
All right. All those in favor of the vote for Ms. Kristen, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Why do we have 6 people deciding this?
So usually it is.
Maybe we can vote me off.
All right, so that did not
Sorry, we've been
pass.
here since 6:15.
Yeah, I know, and we still have a few things that we have to get done tonight, too, so.
I nominate Mr. Walker.
Do I have a second for Mr. Walker? I will second Mr. Walker for purposes of discussion.
I just appreciate the PAC as being to me, a critical kind of cog in the whole program that we're trying to place down there. I think they're going to be a huge asset to have with being able to bring all the town things that happen there to the public. So I think to make sure that use works well with everything else, it's critical to the outcome.
I don't feel like he's a citizen at large. I feel he's too interconnected.
Excellent point, Selectman Luck. I think we're looking for input so that whatever we do succeeds in one way or another, and we're just going down the same pathway with the same vision without really opening it up.
Mr. Walker can attend every meeting. He can have all the input he wants. I just don't feel that he's a citizen at large. I don't think he fits the definition, being the chairman of PAC.
Well, just for, again, devil's advocate's sake, that means of the 3 people remaining, Mr. Walker being one of them that's been nominated, Mr. Blatt is also on the Green Energy Committee, so by the same reasoning, that would disqualify him, which would leave Mr. Mackin.
He's not directly connected to the building by being on Green Energy. There's
Right.
a little bit more of a distance.
Right, but the reason why
more of a stretch.
the reason we asked the school committee to be part of it is because they are attached to the building. That is one of the.
Right, but
But
then
it's-
we made
to
citizens
use
at
them.
large to look for citizens at large.
Well, I think he can play both parts. I've worked with him on the Cable Advisory Committee, and, I think his oversight or looking at PAC is it's not no part of this project, but it's a very small part of this project. And I think that he would be able, from a citizen's point of view, again, to be able to provide that.
I think PAC may be the biggest tenant in the Passios. I think there's just too much interconnection.
They've requested a lot from the space, and it's not like we have somebody from the Boys and Girls Club who is also interested, et cetera, et cetera. So I do see that there was an expressed bias there, and I think I'd
Right.
rather lean towards people. And I think Mrs. Christian fit the mold of somebody, she very much talked about wanting to learn about the building and its potential, and I'd really like to head in that direction. What does a tie do if we keep tying?
Right. So, anybody have any further comments?
No.
All right.
For Mr. Walker, correct?
So, yes, it is. So all those in favor of Mr. Walker being on the committee, please say aye.
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 Nay.
And no.
Nay.
Okay.
I nominate Mike Mackin for the committee.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think he's got the qualifications. He was the chair of the Middle High School Building Committee. He's worked in the design world, certainly, as part of that committee.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of Mr. Mackin, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, Mr. Mackin. Now, if I had to put on my Kreskin hat, I'm guessing there's one more nomination and we have one more person we haven't touched yet.
If it boils down to a tie vote again. then
Well, I guess it could. I guess it could go
Go
unfilled.
back and revote.
I nominate a highly interested select woman, Katie Adams, who tried to be on the committee already.
I just nominated myself.
If I wasn't second. I will nominate Mr. Blatt to be on the committee.
Any further discussion about that nomination?
I think it's a great choice. He has a lot of energy. He's done great work with
Was that
the...
a joke? He has a lot of green energy.
Yeah, on the Green Community Task Force. I think
Sorry,
he'd be a
it's
great
10:30
addition.
humor, people.
I know.
I was very
Done.
impressed by him, too.
Yep.
I am shocked that we're making a committee of 7 men to work on a building, and we made sure that they all had qualifications worthy of, I don't know, I just find it shocking that we couldn't go with Mrs. Christian based on trying to create a diverse, well-rounded board.
I voted for Ms. Kristen as well, but to say you're shocked that we selected qualified individuals
When-
regardless of what gender they were is not, I think,
It's
a
just
great
funny how
statement.
it turns out as we both, there were supposed to be two, for anybody who doesn't know the background, since I've dabbled in complaining about it, when we made the committee, there were supposed to be 2 Board of Selectmen members on it, which is very normal for a group that makes their own committee. And both Damon and I volunteered to be on it, which seemed perfect because there were 2 people. And what makes it even more interesting is we are well known for sort of being on opposite sides, which I think if we're working together, we have to look at each other's. And if there's a success there through town meeting or anything, it's through working through everyone's concerns and hopes for the space in the building. And that night, there was a vote to reshape the committee so there would only be 1 selectman, and then after that was created, then a vote was taken for it to be Damon. And so there was...
That was 4-1, by the way.
Right. Exactly, thank you.
A woman voted against you. I don't think gender matters.
No, I'm not making this part of the story is not about...
I don't think gender matters here.
So
Okay.
there was supposed to be 2 seats, and so what we're doing is we're just, I don't understand why we're not looking to create a group with a lot of demographic, a lot of background, and a lot of input, and I just
nominate
think in
3
this
people,
day and age, but I don't know, even her demographic of age would bring diversity and perspective.
I don't think that you choose panels just because of diversity.
I think it would help get different people's perspectives. So I'm just,
I don't think it's enough.
I wrote it all down and I'm looking at it and I'm just surprised.
So I would say that whoever doesn't get on the panel, these are all open meetings.
Right.
We're going to encourage people to participate in all of them and follow them. We'll try to televise as many as we can. Steve, you'll have extra time since you won't be on the committee to make sure they're recorded. Thank you for allowing me to say that and not getting upset. And, but anyway, we obviously, we have to choose people, and we choose from the pool that we're given, and the people on the stage make the votes. I mean, I'm not going to have people defend their votes or attack the votes they make. So, with that being said, Mr. Blatt has been nominated and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'll go with nay.
Is that nay?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
so
to support
nay.
that I
Okay.
hoped for Deb.
All right, so who calls this meeting, the first meeting?
I can send
Town clerk?
something out.
Does the clerk call the first meeting?
Everyone will need to be sworn in,
Right.
obviously. And then I can send something out.
No, but I think, in any new committee, doesn't the clerk call the first meeting? And that at that meeting, they'll arrange a chair and vice chair, et cetera? I'm almost sure it's a town clerk.
That's the way it worked for the school.
Almost sure it's a town clerk duty. So if we can orchestrate that so that they get started as soon as possible. Can you have something done by the special town meeting?
Maybe a first meeting.
Yeah. Can you have your first meeting by the special town meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you for volunteering.
All right. And thank you, everybody, for volunteering. Ratification of town manager appointment of principal clerk.
The treasurer collector and I interviewed 7 people last Wednesday, and I'm recommending the appointment, ratification of my appointment of Megan Lorden as principal clerk in the treasurer collector's office.
Okay.
And Megan has been filling in as the interim since this summer. And she's working out well.
Great.
Excellent.
That's a good way to get people
I
on
would
board.
entertain a motion regarding the appointment of Megan Lorden as principal clerk.
We appoint Megan Lorden as,
Well, you can't appoint them, you can just ratify.
ratify the appointment of Ms. Lorden as the principal clerk.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Town manager report.
I get this, I have the spinning wheel right now, so.
Can I just check in on our agenda here for how late we're going to go? We've talked about this before, like identifying a cutoff point. Since we started our meeting at 6:15, there just comes a point.
But we could be more concise in our comments. We could move the meeting along a lot faster.
We almost have to go through, at least review the town articles, because we only have next week. So, again,
So I'm just asking, like, should we forego the town manager report and do that? At this hour, I'm just wondering, and we still have guests, if there's things that we should shift as we approach 11.
I will leave it to the town manager. Can you forego your report? It doesn't look very long anyway.
It's not very long. I can postpone it till next week.
Okay.
Not necessarily that, I just want to make, I don't know.
I've heard feedback that the town manager's report is the best part of our meeting. That's why I'm here. So I think it would be helpful.
Just wow. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, I'll forego the announcement of vacancies.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right.
Financial forecasts. During the last budget cycle, I had spoken with the school superintendent and the school business manager about the school providing a projection of costs to implement their strategic plan and addressing their staffing needs. I met with the superintendent and business manager yesterday to discuss this further, and this will be incorporated into my 5-year financial forecast. We discussed the goal of incrementally addressing the school's staffing needs, similar to how we have instituted a long-term plan for fully staffing the fire and police departments.
I really like you working closely with them. Thank you.
I find, we have a very good working relationship with the school, so I appreciate that on their behalf as well. Department head updates, DPW, the paving season will be finishing up shortly. A lot of this may be old news, like it's been a couple weeks. The DPW director has been working with the town manager on complete streets, the kickoff for the Pleasant Street Bridge, looking to apply for the Small Bridge Program grant for a culvert on Flat Hill Road, starting the Townsend Harbor Bridge project in the next couple of weeks, proceeding with getting a new fence installed at Wallace Park, working with the Cemetery Commission on a budget for the fiscal 21 and capital request for fiscal 21 with the cemetery, and getting a quote from a consultant to work towards OSHA compliance. The fire chief is working on submitting a senior safe grant and is waiting to hear on a federal AFG grant he submitted for self-contained breathing apparatus. The ambulance and the engine that were in the fiscal 20 capital plan are ahead of schedule for delivery, but the ladder truck is not expected to be received until April. The town clerk relayed that the 2020 census is out. There was a training on September 26th for election workers on the new voter equipment, and the town clerk hopes to hold demonstrations for the public at a later date and may set up a voting machine at the special town meeting. The assessors will be converting to the new state assessing software in November. They will also be starting to use the new software from the RMV for motor vehicle excise tax. New growth is being submitted the first week of October, and so that was the report. It's supposed to be in by the end of this week, submitted to Department of Revenue. Council on Aging, recently the My Senior Center software crashed and required a new system to be delivered. The cost is being paid for by the 501c3. The treasurer collector was in the process of finishing up all the reports to close out fiscal 19 so that free cash can be certified by DOR. Foreclosure proceedings were finalized for property at 408 Lancaster Road, which was owned by Kevin Hill. And by law, the owner has 1 year to petition the court to vacate the judgment to restore their title. This would require the payment of all back taxes, penalties, and interest to make the town whole. And if that doesn't occur, the town owns the property outright. The planning board had a scenic road tree hearing with the tree warden and approved 8 of the 27 trees, as we discussed tonight. And the construction of the gas station on Electric Ave is fully underway. There have not been a lot of development requests. The IT director reported he has been busy with the school, which is normal at the beginning of the school year. The finance director reported that our estimated free cash is around 1.1 million. She has been working with ClearGov, the transparency software company, and the data is now up to date and has been launched on the website. The finance director and the town manager will be receiving training on the budget platform that will be rolled out to departments after we are trained, and this will be used for the fiscal 21 budgeting process. Cable, PAC has been doing a lot of programming with the Eagle House and the library. And there have been some issues downloading certain meetings from the server, which specifically the Conservation Commission meeting on September 18th and the Planning Board on the 23rd. I think those have been since resolved.
Certainly the Concom one has.
The library reported the summer reading program was a big hit and saw increased numbers. And the library director is in the process of hiring a library page, which has been vacant for some time. October 5th, which is past, the annual book sale and bake sale, and the director is working on finalizing the state aid report that will be submitted. In other announcements, town council office hours for October will be October 23rd from noon to 4 p.m. And I will be attending the finance committee meeting this Thursday at 7 p.m. for their public hearing, which the selectmen are also posted for that meeting at 7 p.m.
Excellent. Any questions for the town manager?
I'll just update that I used one of the trash bags. Are you formally collecting the data?
Mm-hmm.
It was essentially the same outcome.
Oh.
Yeah. You put it around, and then when you put the bags in, it kind of, like, it did the same thing.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Oh, so you're having the same issue that I brought up too?
No, Elaine gave me a sample trash bag of a slightly different size.
Oh.
So I could
Last
be like a
week,
test case.
made that announcement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I tested it, and despite its slightly different dimensions, for me, the outcome was the same. I mean, it basically collapsed into the can, and then I just filled it with bags. They take it anyways, the way it ends up happening. It doesn't really close, but it was an Acton trash bag. It was light blue, and it was a different dimension. It felt essentially the same. I don't see any
34
benefit.
by 34 instead of 33 by 35.
You and I have spoken about this because I've read about other people complaining, and I certainly am one of those complaining people. I can't believe that, if you go to Home Depot or Lowe's and you get an outdoor trash barrel, they are a set diameter. The fact that we can't get trash bags that fit in the trash barrels that probably 80 to 90% of the homeowners use is really beyond belief. That the people who are supplying them don't test them in the very barrels that are the most common in the world.
This fits the diameter, but it's not long enough. So once you tuck it over, once you put the heavy things in, it collapses into the barrel,
Okay.
just like the other one. So it's more of a length issue.
So this one's a
than
length
diameter.
issue, the other one was a
It felt the
circumference issue.
same. That would be my formal.
Okay.
You need elastics.
I double bag them.
Well, the double bagging doesn't help. I mean, what you want to do
Now we're
is put it
wasting
around the rim.
plastic. Yikes.
You want to put the bag around the rim so you can put things in it.
Yeah, the real bag fits around the rim. Ours is just
Yeah, right.
decoration to say I paid for it.
Wow. Okay.
It's true, though, the real bags do fit. Make them in that dimension.
The ballot question report, do you want to save that for next week and we can just go right into the town manager warrant, the special town meeting warrant? We can do
Yeah,
either.
let's do that.
I mean, the ballot question report is done, so, and it's on our drives. Would you want to enter into the record now and discuss it, or do you want to put it, I'll
Is that
leave it
an
up
easy
to
one to
the board?
move to the next
I
meeting?
think we should push that to the 22nd, because we have a.
No, we're not going to do it to the 22nd. We're going to do it next week.
I think we can push it so that if we have thoughts or want to discuss it, we can without.
Okay, fine. I'm fine with that. We waited this long, so it's done. So we'll put that to,
It wasn't in the drive, though, right?
yes, it is in the
Oh, it
drive.
is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, so, minutes, let's just get some of the details done that we have to do here. Is this mine? I think it is, yes. All right. So we have the minutes of August 20th. And warrants. Oh, just one, wow, pretty impressive. All right. This is accounts payable in the amount of $2,468,395.54. Wow, this is an end of year one. Okay. Action items. I have one action item. And that is, I've gotten reports from people, and I will concur with them, that we did all this paving, and a lot of the roads look great, except for one thing, that there are no lines on anything, and if you drive in the dark on places like Lancaster Avenue, Townsend Harbor Road, these are very dangerous
Road.
roads that you cannot see, and it would be nice if we could, before the winter comes, to get at least center lines, if not center lines and shoulder lines. Like I said, and there's a lot, I just chose two roads at random because the ones I kind of travel the most, but there are other ones that are the same. I mean, we should really have a program that after we repave, we repaint at some point.
I can check with the DPW
I've heard
director.
citizen complaints about that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one, especially last night with the rain. I was driving
Yeah, and
home
when it
from a
rains, it's
meeting late at
absolutely
night,
worse.
and it
Absolutely.
was, Leominster Road was like,
Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, so review and recommendation, anybody else have action item? Okay, reviews and recommendations for the November 12th, 2019 special town meeting. By the way, if you don't know already, we're having a special town meeting on November 12th, which is a Tuesday night.
do we have a time? 7?
I don't think it's 7.
7,
Yep,
okay.
at the middle school, high school auditorium.
Yes.
Okay.
So when is it?
So let's go to the articles. All right.
So we can take it from the top. There, this is draft number 2. Town council did provide a review, which I've incorporated a lot of it, with the exception of the one on the Saliba property. There needs to be just some questions that need to be answered
Okay.
on that, and correspondence with Brandon Kibbe, who I've been working with. So
So are there any, I mean, obviously, any money articles we really can't vote on if we don't have the sum.
right.
So are there any, you'd let us know which ones that are ready for us to potentially vote on, or recommend on, I should say.
So not A, B, we have the amounts from the letters, but the letters that were issued from Unitil
Mhm.
for the amounts, but the Green Communities Committee still has to meet to discuss
Okay.
that. So I wouldn't take any action on that. Same with C, the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. I would wait until numbers are known.
Yep.
And the sewer enterprise, that's an amendment to correct the actual source of funds, because there was a missing piece of the source of funds at the annual town meeting, so it's a correction for that article. The amount is known in E, it's stated right in the article for the reserve capacity
Okay.
stabilization.
So, okay, so let's stop on E. So
Okay.
does anybody want to make a recommendation on E? To see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds the sum of $7,513.66 into the Reserve Capacity Stabilization Fund, submitted by the Sewer Commission.
Move we support Article E.
Second?
Any further discussion?
Can I just go over the, yeah, it's recommended,
Recommend approval or recommend
not
disapproval?
recommended,
Right.
or deferred.
Right.
Which would be voted at town meeting. You would make
So
a
I think you meant recommend.
Recommend approval.
recommend approval.
And was that second for that
Second,
too?
yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None. Okay.
Okay.
We don't have E,
we-
F yet, I meant.
Right, for the police union contract, that's not finalized, so we can skip F. The Saliba, the wording is essentially more, it's the legalese of what has to be voted. So all the dollar figures are known for that. The grant amount is known. So if you wish to vote on that.
Where is the dollar amount? I see it's crossed out. Where is it put back in?
Down further, next
Down
page.
further.
Oh, it's a two-page? It crosses the
Yes.
page, sorry.
Move we recommend approval of Article G.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to reread it. It does say in there,
Does say what?
only if associated with the grants, is that correct?
It's contingent upon receipt of the grant, which has been awarded.
Does it say that?
Yes, in
Okay.
the lower
I'm just
half.
rereading it.
Second
Shall
page.
be contingent upon the town being awarded the maximum eligible grant amounts for the land and park grant.
And even though we already got them, I just want to be sure it
Yep.
reads as such that we're not really authorizing the 728, even though that's necessary to happen first before the grants take over.
Right.
Any other discussion?
So the portion we're asking for is $282,000. Still a lot of money.
Or it's about $800 an acre.
Which is not a lot of money.
It's not a lot of money per acre, but $282,000 is a big purchase for the town.
It is, but we're getting 500,000 from the state.
It's actually 782 at first, until next, at some
Right.
point.
No, I
Town's portion,
understand that. I just
282.
said that.
Yep.
It's a great value.
So, did somebody recommend approval?
I recommend approval.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
All those
we did that
we
part.
did.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, 4-0 to 1. Okay. H,
H is 635 Mass Ave for the land in front of the Public Safety Building, and that purchase price is $600,000.
that's not in there right now, right? I don't see it.
No,
All
the
right.
amount is not in there.
And we can still vote these next week, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's wait for that to get in there.
Okay. I is 250 Howard Street. I would recommend that you hold off, because I think that article may be removed, or be, the selectmen can remove it.
This is a right of first refusal?
This is to purchase, yeah, for the
Right.
right.
This is the one coming out of chapter 61?
Yes, and you, it's on the agenda for next Tuesday, the right of first refusal, and the Open Space Committee is meeting at 6:30 that night, and I will get their recommendation by our meeting.
Good, so let's wait off on that.
So-
Yep. Okay, J,
That is for a revote on 842 Chase Road rear. Essentially, the original vote at a town meeting was to, the town would relinquish, the word I'm thinking. Would
Care,
allow,
custody?
would allow the, would recuse the taxes, so.
okay,
relinquish
yeah.
The ownership of, the owner from paying taxes. It's getting too late for me.
Right.
Right.
Abate?
But, so this is revoting it. They want to gift the property, so it's a bigger tax incentive for them for gifting the property. It's,
Okay.
they will pay the back taxes.
And what was our recommendation? I mean, well, it doesn't matter what the recommendation was then, it's the same thing. So somebody wants to give us property, and they're gonna pay the taxes, and they're gonna take a claim, so it doesn't cost the town anything.
Right.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right.
The cost to the town is that we lose the taxes we should be getting from the parcel. Is this the landlocked parcel?
No, they're going to pay the taxes.
No, but I think.
No, I mean, if
think she's
we
talking about
accept it as a
ongoing.
gift, we do not get future taxes from the land, which is why people gift us stuff they don't want. Is this a landlocked parcel? Can you?
This was a parcel that.
It is landlocked. I'm getting a
But it's-
yes.
It says
But it's
Chase Road rear, which
adjacent
leads me to believe that it's,
Adjacent to the small town forest.
Yeah, it's a landlocked parcel adjacent to the town forest, sort of back behind the
right.
old church on Chase Road.
So we're not getting much taxes from it anyway. I mean, they're not paying at all, but if they were paying, we're not getting a lot of taxes.
I would infer the same, but I don't have
This,
empirical data.
In total, it borders town forest, so it can just be
Right.
sort of absorbed into the town forest.
Yeah.
What's the size of the parcel?
I don't have it here.
yeah, I don't, I would have to go back to the original vote.
When was it? Was it an annual town meeting that we voted?
Whose article is this? Like, who put it on the warrant?
Conservation Commission, it says,
Conservation,
yeah.
okay. I would feel inclined to make a motion to defer to town meeting. I don't feel strongly one way or the other, and I don't feel like we have the information to.
It doesn't matter. I'm fine with either one. Anybody want to second that?
I would have recommended approval.
Yeah, so would I.
I'd make the motion to recommend approval of Article J.
Second.
Okay.
It's aye, right?
Any further discussion? All those in favor of recommending approval, please say aye.
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 Nay.
Opposed? No. 4-1. All right, K.
We don't even know the size of it. I mean, I feel like we're not doing.
What's
It's already
come up?
voted and
It's
approved
already
once at town
been
meeting.
voted and,
Is
yeah.
it 842 Chase rear?
Yeah.
Yes,
23 acres.
23 acres.
Thank you, Adam.
It was already approved at town meeting before. They're just choosing to reorganize it so they will pay the taxes.
K.
So,
They want to add Cross Road.
yes,
This is one property? They want to add one property?
yes.
Okay.
Does the one property want it?
Well, I
Yes,
mean,
they were the ones to go before the sewer commission to request to be
Okay.
added.
I think I want the presentation on that one.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to
Yeah,
hear why
right.
they want to do that.
Yeah, I can tell you
Not against
a
it.
little bit. The Millettes have property that is not currently within the sewer service area. That's the
Yeah, I remember
189
this
Cross Road,
conversation.
but which they are desperate to have sewered. They have had the property perked in the past to no avail, and the state had required them to put in a tight tank, costing them around $800 every 6 weeks or so. Now that sewer has been brought down near their property with the SRF Sewer Revolving Fund project several years ago, they came to the commission to request a sewer extension to the property, which will require an expansion of the sewer system area, service area. The sewer commission has approved their sewer extension request pending town meeting approval to expand the SSA to accommodate their connection to sewer. I followed up with if there's a financial impact and will it cross any other households that they want, that would want to tie in. And it could be of interest to 166 Cross Road, the only parcel on the west side of Cross Road without current access to sewer. Though we did inquire if there was interest when the SRF sewer was put in, and they declined. The other parcels on the east side of Cross Road were left out intentionally when the lines for the SSA were drawn due to the lot size, but also topography impediments. They're a very steep and rocky hill, and there are no financial implications to town. This is a private sewer extension.
Can the property be subdivided?
189? That I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd probably want to hear the
Yeah,
sewer
me too.
commission on this.
I agree.
I'd like to see the map of what they're adding. Is it contiguous? Is it across the street? And all of a sudden, there's this island? I don't know.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay,
Salary admin plan, is that finalized?
Yeah,
Do we actually have them?
this is a requirement of the SAP bylaw, once positions are added, this be voted at town meeting.
Move we recommend.
Well,
our-
this is
So,
going to be,
no.
have these been discussed at this board? I mean, the actual dollar amounts, not that they're going to be done?
Yes.
We have, okay.
For all the new positions, yep, they were part of the budget. And public access protection, the ones that have been reassigned grades, reclassified, they went through the personnel committee. That's the process. It goes through their committee to get approval for the
Okay.
reclassification.
Okay.
Okay.
Recommend approval of L.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Recommend approval of M.
Unanimous. So the town meeting, this is the,
Just
This is
to
42 days.
amend the
47
town
days.
meeting days to the 47th day before.
I'd second that.
well, hold on, we second that, we didn't even introduce it, but you made a motion?
I did.
Okay.
We talked about that one.
Any, okay. Any further discussion?
He said a motion to accept M, but for the
Well,
sake
to
of, any-
recommend approval.
To recommend approval for M.
for the sake of the audience, as we go along, instead of just saying M, we should
Yep.
describe the article.
Yes, fine, that's a good idea. So this is, we're changing the timing of when the warrant articles have to be submitted so that we have time to review them in town, and that the town manager and her office also have time to submit them for printing, and that we can meet all state and local bylaws. So we're extending the days to receive them a little bit sooner than we have been, because it's been under the wire each time.
And
And to make the deadline.
primarily, it's on a Saturday. The date in the bylaw is a Saturday.
Right.
Let's push it
Moving
to
it
Thursday.
to the previous Monday.
Right. So
And
that's,
the only nuance of that, for the sake of discussion, is that if you're involved on like the citizen end or before the date closes, the time they have is smaller.
By 4
But-
days.
And the warrant opens in January, so.
so yes and yes. Okay, all those in favor of recommending approval, please say aye.
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 Aye, opposed? None. N. Our favorite,
Do we have a-
excavations and earth removal.
So last week, we asked Mr. Burney to ask the planning board if they had a recommendation on whether or not they wanted this whole article to be posted in the notice in the mailer, or if they just wanted a blurb.
And here's Mr. Burney at 11:04
Mr. Burney.
PM.
For this one question.
For this?
I heard those creaks,
Also
those
has-
knees from here.
Also has.
Oh, that was the floor.
Okay.
My knees do creak, just not that loud yet. I did request from the planning board input. They said that they're fine with it being not printed in the warrant. Again, my understanding is that's not their decision, so it's ultimately up to the person who develops the warrant.
Okay. And I heard that on the tape, and I concurred with that, but it's good to know what their recommendation is. And it sounds like they don't have a recommendation.
But they were fine with, I believe the consensus was saving the printing cost.
Okay.
Got it.
Madam Town Manager, do you have any preference?
If there were, 5 zoning articles with, 11 pages, then I think the recommendation would be to not print it, refer it back to, the planning board's office, the selectman's office, and the town clerk's, that it's on
Okay.
file and it can be viewed and put it on the website and all other avenues, we can get it out. But with one, I don't see a problem with printing it.
Do you think it would beg a question, though, in the future of, well, you printed it that one time, so why is this one not being printed?
There's always an argument for
Yeah, I
either
mean,
way.
discretion is discretion. I mean, we're allowed to exercise discretion. Depends on the board, it depends on a lot of things.
I agree, if there isn't a lot, isn't overwhelming, why not just put it in? It'll.
And by way of history, over the past 5 years, we've put a number of zoning articles in, and a majority of them have been printed, and I can think of 3 or 4 that weren't because they were excessive. I mean, we put in I think the use table article was 40 some odd pages when it was all said and done with strike-throughs, and that can be excessive for printing and mailing costs.
I just remember campaigning and someone having one of these pamphlets, and at that time it had one of the planning board articles in it, and they're like, what does this even mean? Like, I get this in the mail, I'm supposed to understand this? Like, and he's like, this goes in my recycling bin. It's not wasting my money.
And other people get upset about having to come to town hall and read it.
Right.
So
Right.
it's, I mean, there's 2 sides of the same coin that you can't make everybody happy.
And you'll have less questions at town meeting if it's just in the warrant.
I think another good reason to leave the earth removal information is because for a long time, we didn't do a lot of earth removal permitting. If we're going to start getting more involved and asking more people to permit themselves, then this is an opportunity to make them aware that there's change.
Right. And it's
Personally, I'm
changing.
for putting it in.
Yeah.
And I think people want to have all their, you know, you go to town meeting and you have all these handouts, you don't know if you got all the handouts, you don't know if they're going to run out of handouts, and then if you're going to read 6 pages the morning you get there, I'd rather have it so that you can read it well in
It's simpler.
advance.
to
Yes.
just have.
So
And
I'll
it creates
just
a historic record as well.
Yep.
go ahead and make a motion that we leave the fabulous earth removal permitting information in the warrant for print.
I'll
And so
second.
we don't have to read it tonight.
I'll second the whole thing be included. All those in favor of that,
Aye.
please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay.
So that's
Glad
it.
that we have very few unanimous votes tonight.
No.
That's good.
Now, are we making a recommendation?
That's why I haven't left.
Right.
I'm ready for questions.
Are we making any recommendations on this article?
We can. I mean, we all know it, and this board,
Yeah.
we should know it by now. We've gone over it several times.
I wholeheartedly support the planning board, but I don't support this article. So I'm not going to make a recommendation, though, because I expect that the rest of the board will support this article. In fact, I move to add in to the, I move to add the article of the excavations and earth removal to the warrant for town meeting.
We did already. We've already voted that.
No,
That
we
was-
voted to keep it in the book, the posting in there. Did we vote to?
We voted to put it
planning
in
board
the
put
warrant.
it
Planning
in.
board placed it on the warrant.
Oh.
We
right,
can't
okay.
take it out.
In that case, never mind.
May I ask why you don't support it?
I think that this board should maintain some vote in this, that's all.
Fair enough.
Everything else is good.
Mere curiosity at this point.
Anybody want to make a motion on this article?
Hold on.
Yes.
The one change that the planning board made on Monday night was,
They changed the threshold quantity from 1,000 cubic yards to 500 cubic yards.
do you
which
remember
is-
what
Good idea.
section that was?
Well, it's the third page, the top quarter. It's in the, it's probably 10 or 140, it's probably in section 3 or 4.
So they really want,
See, 1,000
So
cubic
now
yards.
E still says, in our thing, it still says earth removal or placement of fill that involves less than 1,000 cubic yards.
Based on listening to
That's what E,
previous
that's what's in our
discussion,
book right now.
Yeah.
That's,
500 feels too small.
Yeah, though I thought the one that I corrected the one I sent over this morning.
I see it in
Exemptions.
B1. Earth removal that involves 500 cubic
Yeah,
yards or less.
It should be
Or
five.
more. Yeah, it's B1.
I thought the original direction was to make it a larger quantity, so you didn't have,
Currently, it's 10 cubic yards.
exemptions for,
so it is a large.
now it's
Yes.
1,000, at least.
Significantly.
But I guess there's one that was just for the
Bravo
earth
one.
removal.
Did I perhaps miss one? I really thought that it was only in 2 places.
I'm looking at one, well, again,
Yeah, it's also an E.
right.
Yeah.
That's why I saw
Okay,
it.
then I apologize.
That's fine. We'll, does anybody want to make a motion?
Well,
on
I
this
make a
article?
motion that we recommend approval of this article. I think because it is a permit that we grant, we definitely should give input on where we feel this
Right, but-
honor should go, and
Right. That we bestow, yes. We bestow this on
I would recommend approval of this article, of giving this
to the planning board.
gift to the planning board.
Anybody second that?
Second.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
You're welcome, Adam.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next. All right. O, which is the non-binding
Yep.
vote about the old primary school. So town council recommended a change, and after I spoke with him today about why he recommended the wording to be changed, and it made sense when he explained it to me. So the original wording said, will the town vote to provide guidance to the Board of Selectmen? So the vote is what's the affirmation? It would be to provide guidance, not about the actual demolition.
So I think it's an English grammar
Yes,
thing.
so
Yes, okay.
he was like, am I overthinking it? But it makes sense to me if the board supports that wording change.
Yep.
So it should be, given that it's essentially a poll, should we be making a recommendation?
Yeah, I don't think so, right.
I think the same thing. I think we want to hear from the people to guide us, so if we guide them to guide us, that seems a little bit inappropriate.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we defer a recommendation being one of our three options that's most fitting to the fact that, like Damon said, we're really looking for input and not giving it.
Yep. And I think personally, I'm jumping ahead, but I think when it comes to the town meeting, we shouldn't give a recommendation at all, because we want people to guide us, and we can vote, obviously, as individuals, but I wouldn't give a recommendation as a board, because we're asking the people to give us guidance as a board.
That can be a recommendation as well, no recommendation, that's one of the options, which happened last year because there was a split vote.
I think given the history behind this and the fact it's a goal and everything, going with no recommendation feels right.
Yep, me too.
That being said, I would still like to request that we come with some slides to provide background information on the property, because certainly there'll be questions and potential debate just to see where people stand. I mean, I think that's only fair, and I would like to present a slide or two that gives the estimated demolition costs from the TAPE and gives some figures of repair from the Vertex studies we've already paid for, discussed, and spent time on, so that we can put context to the discussion.
Not against that. So the motion was to no recommendation?
Sure, motion that we leave
Do I have a
this as no
second?
recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? None. P, that's Butterfly Lane. I want to see the final plans, I guess, and
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Can I just backtrack to O for just a second? And just to, because I keep saying it, I want to make sure, can we definitely have slides with background information?
yeah, who would be presenting them? And
You're right, that's,
But you've always put together slides on the conveyance articles with background data and costs for all of these 5 properties. So I'm just looking for that to happen specifically for the primary, is a slide with the Vertex and TAPE information as it relates to that property. Just some background.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know you and Mr.
But
Jeffries-
Heather's always done this for the properties. So I don't know why she
If
can't
you
put
and
together
Mr. Jeffries
slides.
will indicate to the town manager what you want included.
I just did.
Oh, I don't think she was writing it down, is my point.
yeah, I have just estimated demolition costs for TAPE and Vertex numbers, is that all you're looking for?
So the TAPE gave estimated demolition costs, and then the Vertex trials were the Vertex trials. They broke down the needs of the building and the costs of the building. I mean, if I can request from Elaine, I'd have to make slides, submit. I think it's easier to have them made when all the slides are being put together, but I'd be happy to work on the data, but I think it's already all available.
I'll talk to you separately, town manager.
Okay.
Okay, Butterfly Lane, has that been before is the planning board meeting about that now? Have they made a determination yet? Well, I think we're going to hear.
I know what you're asking, Katie. I'll work on it too.
Well, the planning board doesn't make a determination. It was a subdivision approval. They have voted to release the bond and accept the work as in compliance with the subdivision as approved, which you'll have a memo for your layout hearing next week.
Okay, so they have done that already?
They have done
Okay,
that.
I didn't know if it was on it, because I can't remember.
Yeah,
All right.
about 26, 27 hours ago.
Okay. I don't know, do we want to make a recommendation?
I don't want to make a recommendation.
So we deferring?
I would like to defer.
Yep, defer.
Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
All right, so we're voting to defer. All right, Q.
Was that a vote?
What? All those in favor of deferring, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Sorry. Not P, Q. So this is the liquor, wine and malt license for Lanny Orchards.
I move we recommend approval of Article Q.
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And R, an additional wine and malt license to be held for application by interested parties.
Move we recommend Article R.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 No.
Opposed?
No.
That's it. Yay. Was it?
4-1.
Right.
Did we go to letters
5-0.
instead of numbers?
5-0 on the
No one
first one
knows.
and 4-1.
I know, it's so mysterious. Article Q.
Don't go on Sesame Street.
The letters were there. I'll work with the town manager with the numbering. I don't think they'll change much, but I'll work on the numbering.
Thank you.
Okay, I think at 11:15, I think we should probably,
Postpone 2 and 3?
is there anything that's urgent that we need to do tonight?
No.
Okay. So anything that's not on the old business that we didn't get to, we will get to. Now, next week, it's a workshop, even though we have the continuance now of the dangerous dog hearing, and I think there was one other thing that we have, one other appointment.
The Butterfly Lane.
Oh, the Butterfly Lane. There we go. So that's why we deferred, because we're hearing about it. I knew I saw it somewhere. I didn't realize I saw it on our own agenda. So,
Someone's
going to be
discussing that
exactly, yeah. All right, I would entertain a motion. Well, first, any public comment from the public?
Ron Delicia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just wanted to quickly say, the entire area along my property, what was destroyed by this vegetation management, it was a natural stormwater buffer between what was in the town right-of-way and what was on my property. Now it's gone, it's barren, and I don't see how we can institute these kind of plans that just cut everything to the ground. So I think that needs to be seriously looked at. And the second thing is, I would like to request, I don't know if the chair was joking or not, but I would like to formally request that the TCP building committee meetings are recorded and available for viewing by citizens. Thank you.
Just to answer, I was not I was kidding about Steve doing it because he wasn't going to be on the committee. I was not joking about them to the best of the space availability and the cameras. I would love all of them. I'd love all town meetings to be televised or at least recorded and played back later. So I was not joking about that.
I think that's a great recommendation from the public commenter. I know when I started studying the Building Reuse Committee meetings to collect information and background, they were amongst one of the only groups that wasn't recorded, and it made it harder to go back and learn. And I read and reread minutes, but a lot's lost in context when you can't actually go back and watch them. So I think we should take very seriously recording that because it's an important topic to a lot of people with a lot of history.
So Damon, as our representative there, please
I will
bring that. Yes. Thank you. And thank you for your comment. Any other public comment from the public? Public comment from the board?
Yeah, just a notice, I will not be here next week. So, since we have that public hearing, I would just ask you to be mindful of my perspective about the dogs.
Fair enough. All right, I would entertain a motion.
To adjourn?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?